Welcome back to Northern Perspective, everyone. I'm Cypher.
And I'm Fox.
And I'm tired.
You're always tired.
I'm just saying, folks, I'm tired. I even slightly messed up the start of the show, so there you go. But holy moly, we have 450 people waiting for Canadian politics, and it's at its finest in Northern Perspective. So thank you, everyone, for waiting. We have 270-odd likes with 450 viewers. Let's get that up. And as everyone sees, we have Mr. Barnaby back from his field trip last night. So I can tell you he was not happy that he missed last night's show. But he also deserves a break, and I'm glad he got one. So thank you, everyone, for joining us last night. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. This should be an interesting one because we have, along with the Auditor General and her team, we have Erin O'Gorman, president of the CBSA, which the Conservatives are none too fond of, and the now new vice president and CIO. And I say new, meaning the successor from Min-Dong. So not really sure why he's here, but I guess, he's there for moral support for Erin O'Gorman. I wonder if Erin O'Gorman, visited the Prime Minister's office before this meeting, because she has a habit of doing that before talking about ArriveCan. Curious to see if Baird or Brock or any of them are going to ask her about that. Anyhow, it would be funny if she did. Well, not really funny, but yeah, let's just move on from that. Anyhow, we don't have a lot of house cleaning or housekeeping to do. Do you want to go over the rules, Fox?
Sure. Please be kind to everybody in the chat. And Barnaby is here on Troll Patrol if there's any issues. Also, because this is a special weeknight live stream, and we expect it to go at least 3.5 to 4 hours, because this was a full 2-hour committee video, and we'd like to provide our commentary. We will only be addressing super chats, but please feel free to chat amongst yourselves, and also to engage Barnaby as well. He's in the chat.
And Kevin Taylor with a $5 super chat to start it off. Love that you guys start on time. Looking forward to tonight's show. Yeah, we feel it's really important because there's a lot of people that do show up for the start of the show, and we want to make sure that we're respectful of your time, and we wish Justin Trudeau was just as respectful with our tax dollars, but at least we'll lead by example. One other thing that we found very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. And I'll say we, but it was actually Fox that found it. We kind of joke sometimes that we swear Pierre does watch our show. One of our viewers who actually spoke to him out in BC said that that's what he said. We're starting to maybe believe it because, as all of you that were on our Sunday live stream know, we had one of our viewers ask us to read So God Made a Farmer. Well, guess what dropped on YouTube today? Pierre posted a video of the poem So God Made a Farmer. Coincidence? Maybe, but it's very strange. It's very, very strange when we do that a couple days ago, and that's not exactly something that's been, I think, making it or trending on different social media platforms, but it was very strange. So hopefully he watches us and learns a little bit more about Canadian politics. Anyway,
that's what we're here for.
So, all right, everybody. We're not going to dilly-dally anymore, so let's get this party started. After I tell everybody, get those likes up. We're at 619 likes and 1,002 viewers. That's quite the disparity. Remember how much we got yesterday because everyone hit that like button. So that's all on you guys, chat. The more likes we get, the more viewers we get, and the more fun we're going to have. So thank you very much. All right. Without further ado, part 2 of the Attorney General's cross-examination from the Conservatives. Here we go.
Our witnesses from the Office of the Auditor General, Karen Hogan, Andrew Hayes, Semi Hanush, good to see you again, all who were here yesterday, as well as Lucy Desprez, Director, hello, and from the Canada Border Services Agency, Aaron O'Gorman, President. Good day. And Darryl Vleeming, Vice President and Chief Information Officer. I feel like the committee size has grown here.
A point of clarification, Chair.
Yes.
Are you kidding?
I would like to ask you, and perhaps the clerk as well, I understand that officials from PSPC and PHAC were originally invited and then unilaterally, by your choice, Chair, were removed from the witness list, even though the officials were ready and able to come today. So I would like to understand why, and then hopefully regain the floor so that we
Sure.
could discuss this matter.
Sure. So in light of the seriousness of the findings tabled by the Office of the Auditor General on Monday, that ArriveCan appears to have broken every rule in the book, and that the Auditor General called it the worst record-keeping she has witnessed. I acted on my own to hear directly from one department today, CBSA, along with the Auditor General's office, to get answers to our questions. And as you can see from the seats around this room, there's going to be no shortages of questions directed at both the OAG and CBSA. And I can assure members that we will hear from the other two departments in due course.
Okay, so before we get to this commentary, the Dutch Tulip, nice to see you. Member for a month. Sadly, I have a black-pilled husband who thinks this is all for nothing. I think this is different, and love Cypher and Fox. You guys rock. Thank you so much. And you know, we agree with you. We don't think this is all for nothing. You know, all of this is important, and just something feels different this time, as you said.
Well, and don't give up on them. Like, a lot of Canadians are hurting really bad right now because of all the bad stuff that we've been through. And it's really hard sometimes to believe, or to let yourself believe, that, you know, things are going to get better. Because I guess the fear is, well, if I put my heart out there and if I believe that things are going to get better and they don't, then what?
Yeah.
But I believe that, you know, you need that little bit of hope. And that's what motivates you to make change, because this country isn't going to change because of the guy sitting in Ottawa. It's going to change because of us. It's going to change because we help our communities, because we help volunteer with our local riding districts when an election comes. It's going to change when we talk to each other, and when we go to the ballot box to cast our votes. It starts with us.
And if you're wondering what black-pilled means, so it essentially means that people have descended into pure apathy. They've thrown, you know, they've mentally thrown their hands up and said, you know what, like, what's the point? Everybody's corrupt. Nothing's going to happen. There's going to be no consequences. There's no point in it. And unfortunately, it just, it has a very negative outlook on things. And as Fox said, it's hard. It's hard not to go down that route, especially when so many people are encouraging you to, and so many people are just throwing nothing but rage at you. But, you know, we see the hope. We see different MPs, and we see different people that are actually part of the Canadian government that are standing up and that are acting with integrity, trying to do the right thing. And in my opinion, you see it at committee. A lot of people may look at committee and say, oh, well, nothing really happens here. I disagree. The work of the government is what really happens at committee. The true faces of the politicians, I think, you know, really comes out at committee, because they're not on script. There's genuine reaction in response to what's going on, because everything's happening in real time. Not question period. Question period is theater. It's useful theater, but it's theater nonetheless. But committee, that's when you actually get into this stuff. So, you know, when a Liberal raises a point of order and Brock gets pissed off, you know, that's a real reaction. And when you have a Conservative chair like John Williamson here on the Standing Committee of Public Accounts, which is where we're at, and he makes a decision and the Liberals get pissed off, that's a real reaction. So, you know, the message is yeah, don't give up on your husband. Not that you're going to, and try not to give up on the people that are black pilled, because at some point things are going to get better. That's just how it works, and eventually they're going to see that there was a reason for hope, and there was a reason for that. And put it this way, the bad actors in Canada are counting on the black pilled people. Why? Because they're not going to go out and vote. Or at least it's unlikely that they're going to, because they're just going to view it as, well, what's the point? So they're actually counting on as many people being apathetic about what is going on in Canadian politics and in Canada as possible. So even resisting being black-pilled and resisting that apathy, that urge to just say, you know what, it's hopeless, that is a fight in itself against the bad actors in Canada. So just remember that. Hope is the light that is going to get us through this darkness, as silly as that sounds. But it's something that Fox and I, furiously believe, and that's why we do what we do every single day on Northern Perspective. And that's why we're so appreciative when all of you give us nice comments, because it really hits us right in the heart, I can tell you. Doesn't matter how many times we hear it, it hits us the same as we heard it the first time. Anyway, so that was quite the deep comment there, Dutch Tulip. But thank you very much. Nilik with a $2 super chat. Let's have a good time tonight, folks. Round 2, fight. Excellent, I love it. And we also have Listless Receptionist with a $2 super chat. I miss shoulder pads. Yeah, we got to get Mr. Shoulder Pads back. So great job, Northern Perspective. Thank you. And Hunsford with a $5 super chat. Huzzah, I get to watch comfortably from home. I'm looking forward to what was exposed today. Don't forget to like and subscribe, foes. Amen to that. If you haven't subscribed, we have beef. The dude with a $5 super chat. God made a farmer, including liberals. Unfortunately, well, you have to have a yin and a yang, unfortunately. Peter H., welcome back. Member for 3 months. I did gift 5 memberships, but it didn't seem to work, even though my card was charged. Oh, no. Oh, that's unfortunate, Peter. I would contact Google or contact your credit card company on that.
We had a similar issue happen a few weeks ago, if you recall. I think most people solved it by closing their app and then restarting it, or they just restarted their device, their phone, their tablet, etc.
Yeah.
If you've received the email saying that you've been charged, definitely contact Google, or if it went through your Play Store, I think you can put in a request for a refund through your Play Store.
There you go, because we don't want people to be double charged. When they're trying to do this stuff. Trish Pruill with a 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much, Trish. Jeff Moore with a $7 super chat. Pierre needs to be king. Well, I don't know about king, as long as we can depose him if he does anything bad. Craig Robertson with a $2 super chat. Society shapes the government in a true democracy, and society is the government in a true democracy, I would also say. Thank you very much for that. And we have Just Me Nicole. Welcome back. With a $5 super chat. Imagine the like button is Trudeau's face. Smash it, please. Oh, no. Over and over and over again. No. Wayne Noonan with a $7 super chat. That's your first on the live stream. Thank you very much, Wayne. And we have a member comment from Rob Barkhouse. Nice to see you. I avoided watching this earlier so I could be just as surprised as you two tonight. Keep it up. Excellent. And Teresa, member for 3 months. My hubby calls question period my daily corn. That's how we say it to get around YouTube. I get to see Pierre. That's funny. Humble Tracker with a $5 super chat. On Northern Perspective, you seem to have forgotten about the 1 minute shout out to viewers. Your chat is still shooting where they are from outside of Area 51. Yeah, and we decided to do that just because it was...
we were getting a lot of negative feedback about it, unfortunately. That like the stream was slow to start, that people didn't care, like this sort of things. So we decided, we're not going to read them out loud anymore. But if you would like to discuss amongst yourselves where everybody's from, then please feel free.
If we get a lot of positive feedback to bring that back. We will definitely consider it, though. David FL gifted a Northern Perspective membership. Thank you very much for that, David. Hunsford with a $5 super chat. I was one of those black pill people, but Trudeau's corruption and Pierre's words, hope he and his party stand by them, have changed my views. And they're powerful words, Hunsford. I'm actually not surprised, but that's great to hear. LJ with a $5 super chat. So when can we expect to see some of the corruption scumbags do some hard time, or is that too wishful thinking? It's too early for that. It is a process, but I expect to see some of these guys in at least in a courtroom in the future. Wayne Noonan with a $7 super chat. You two are my heroes. I check your channel every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry we haven't been able to drop a video today. It's hard when you do a live stream and just the time is very hard to come by. Joannie, I assume Joannie 5656 with a $2.79 super chat. Great way to spend my birthday. Love you guys. Oh, happy birthday.
Everybody tell Joannie happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Peter H with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Hopefully that's not the second one that you accidentally sent before. I hope you actually intended to send that one, Peter. So thank you very much.
I hope your computer's not acting up, but thank you very much.
So anyway, so the Liberals are not happy that the Conservatives dismissed the Public Service Procurement Canada folks. So I guess what was supposed to happen is they were supposed to get the Auditor General and her crew, Erin O'Gorman, the CBSA crew, and the PSPC crew here. And that would have made for a lot of witnesses. And it sounds like what John Williamson's justification is, so he's the chair, he can make these decisions. And, whether people like them or don't like them, the chair has the latitude to actually make these calls in terms of who can come to committee and who can't and that sort of thing. So he decided to dismiss the PSPC people because, you already have, 6 witnesses, and committee is full because everyone understands the significance of this. And he's like, okay, we're not going to get any meaningful questions from the specific people that are here if there's all of these other people. And we don't want to be wasting time of these other people that are literally being paid by tax dollars to sit there and potentially not get asked a question for 2 hours, right? So again, this comes back to respect of people's time, respect of the tax dollar, and just simple common sense. And unfortunately, that seems to be not very common when it comes to the Liberals. So now the interesting thing is the National Post actually dropped an article earlier today saying what we've been saying, that this might be the beginning of the end of the government because of the ArriveCan scandal. So they're saying, is this basically the straw that breaks the Trudeau government's back? So it's not just us that is thinking this stuff. So Construction Cronies with a $5 super chat. Cool beans. Keep up the good work, Northern Perspective. Thank you very much for that, and good to see you. And Pam PD with a $5 super chat. Pierre has not changed his views on anything. He is very consistent, in my opinion, very true to his words. I don't disagree. Trish Pro with a member comment. I could have watched the Daily Wires backstage, but being here is way, way better. I love spending time with Cypher, Fox, Barnaby, and everyone here. Thank you so much for that, Trish. We love spending time with all of you as well. We're up to about 1,600 viewers and just over 1,000 likes, so let's get those up, everybody. And let's get back to the Liberals whining.
Is this a point of order, Ms.
Yes, Chair, it is a
What is
point
the
of
point
order.
of order?
The point of order here, Chair, is that we've had these discussions so many times that you acting unilaterally really puts the whole committee at a disadvantage. We had officials that were ready to be here today. You're absolutely right. This report is important for us to discuss. We had officials ready to be here. Members are here and willing and able to ask them the questions that is necessary. And you taking these unilateral decisions, Chair, really undermines the work of this committee. Public accounts is a very important committee. It is a nonpartisan committee or a multipartisan one where we all get together and we have these important discussions.
Well, point of order, Chair.
We have been here trying to build consensus, trying to make sure that all members of this committee have a say in how we move forward on this. We have been nothing but compliant with the will of this committee, and I am just flabbergasted, Chair. And not only that, but now we're seeing a committee meeting scheduled during our constituency week. I do not agree with that at all, Chair.
Yeah, well, you may not agree, but guess what? It's going to happen. And
If you stopped shutting them down during regular weeks, then you wouldn't have to sit in on one during constituency week, now would you?
right, sucks to be you. And here's the other thing. I bet one of the reasons why the Liberals are not happy about this is because they had a bunch of questions prepared, written out for them, for the PSPC folks. So they would have had a bunch of questions, or a certain amount of questions for the Auditor General, a certain amount of questions for CBSA maybe, and a certain amount of questions for PSPC. Now they're unprepared. That's why they're angry about this. And I wonder, makes me wonder, you know, in my brain, if given the NDP's and the Bloc's reaction to this, if the Conservatives gave them a heads up. So it was only the Liberals that are sitting here surprised about this. You know, who's running the show now? Doesn't seem to be the Liberals are the ones actually running show and committee. Seems like the Conservatives are. So that's actually refreshing to see. Anyway, let's continue.
We had witnesses that were willing and able to come here today to answer the questions, and yet now we are looking at not only wasting their time
Point of order,
and,
Chair.
and rescheduling
Chair.
them unilaterally by you, Chair,
Stop
but now
whining.
we're
Point of
having
order, Chair.
to rearrange our own schedules to come in during a constituency week so that we can hear from these officials that were ready and prepared to come
So,
today, Chair.
Ms. Glidden,
I
you're
really don't
beginning to
understand
repeat
this, Chair,
yourself.
and I absolutely disagree with this.
Okay, and you're entitled to disagree. As I have said before, this is an oversight committee, and I will do my best to guide it in a way that I think is best to get the answers this committee deserves. Members do have... Pardon me, Ms. Glidden. Ms. Glidden.
You do not interrupt the chair. You're not allowed to do that. Yeah, stop whining. This is turning into a filibuster at this point. Liberals are not happy about ArriveCan. You can tell it right now. Teresa with a $2 super chat. That girl needs a ball gag. Yeah.
Don't let Barnaby hear
Hey,
you
Barnaby.
say that.
Barnaby, want a ball gag for Khalid there?
Oh, goodness.
Lionel DeGrand. Sorry, I can't see your whole name there because YouTube sucks. With a $10 super chat. When the snow melts, the excrement will show. Here's to Pierre,
Yep.
the Conservatives and Northern Perspective family for the big thaw. Keep the heat, people. That's an excellent super chat. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, let's see where this goes, folks. But Liberals, you can tell, not happy one bit. And why would you be if you were them?
You had the floor. I heard you. You repeated yourself. I'd like you to hear my answer. That was not technically a point of order. I am happy to hear it. We're dealing with this meeting in front of us today. Members do have recourse should they disagree with my decisions. I would like to move to hear from the opening statements from Ms. Hogan as well as Ms. O'Gorman, and I'm going to propose a move in that direction. Ms. Hogan, you have the floor for your opening comments, please.
Mr. Chair, I am pleased to be here today to discuss our audit report on the ArriveCan application, which was tabled in the House of Commons yesterday. I wish to acknowledge that the lands on which we are gathered are part of the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Our audit on the ArriveCan application looked at how the Canada Border Services Agency, the Public Health Agency of Canada, and Public Services and Procurement Canada managed the procurement and development of the application, and whether they spent public funds in a way that delivered value for money. I will discuss our findings, but first, I have to say that I am deeply concerned by what this audit didn't find. We didn't find records to accurately show how much was spent on what, who did the work, or how and why contracting decisions were made. And that paper trail should have existed. Overall, this audit shows a glaring disregard for basic management and contracting practices throughout ArriveCan's development and implementation.
Curious, it's the same statement as yesterday.
Si les organisations gouvernementales
Government operations need to be flexible and fast in responding to COVID-19 pandemic, but they still needed to document their decisions and demonstrate the prudent use of public funds. In our audit, we found disappointing failures and omissions everywhere we looked. Most concerning was that the Canada Border Services Agency, PBSA, did not have complete and accurate financial records. Because of this, we were unable to calculate the exact cost of the ArriveCan application. By piecing together the information that was available, we estimated that ArriveCan costs were approximately $59.5 million. There was confusion right from the start, from April 2020 to July 2021. We found that the Public Health Agency of Canada and the CBSA did not work together to establish each agency's responsibilities for ArriveCan. And this accountability void, neither organization developed or implemented good policy or program management practices, such as developing objectives, goals, and cost estimates. In our examination of contracting practices, we saw little documentation to support how and why the Canadian Border Services Agency initially awarded the contract through a non-competitive process awarded to GS Strategies. Only one potential contractor submitted a proposal, and that proposal did not come from GC Strategies.
was involved in the development of requirements that were used when the agency later moved to a competitive process to award a $25 million contract for work on the ArriveCan app. The requirements were very specific and narrow. This gave GC Strategies an advantage that other potential bidders did not have. We also found that the Canada Border Services Agency's overall management of contracts was very poor. Essential information was missing from awarded contracts, such as clear deliverables and the qualifications required of workers. When we looked at invoices approved by the agency, details about the work performed and who did the work were often missing. This greatly contributed to our conclusion that the best value for money was not achieved. Finalement, nous n'avons trouvé aucune preuve pour indiquer que les
And finally, we received no concrete information. These led to private activities for the use of entrepreneurs. This is required by the Code of Ethics of the House. This lack led to a misunderstanding or of partiality or perception of privilege in extending the contract. We should always be careful to ensure that we are managing public funds adequately. An emergency does not mean that all the rules can go out the window and that departments and agencies are no longer required to document their decisions and keep complete and accurate records. As I stated just a bit earlier, I believe that this audit of ArriveCan shows a flagrant disregard for basic management practices. As a result, many questions that parliamentarians and Canadians are asking are still without answer. The lack of information to support ArriveCan spending and decisions has compromised their accountability. Mr. Chair, this concludes my opening statement, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
So, curious that she, A, chose to make an opening statement, and B, chose to make the same opening statement as yesterday. But I just find it interesting. The one thing that I did pick up on again, considering the Sherlock theory that we discussed yesterday about what the real scheme here is when she said that invoices were often submitted from GC Strategies with no details about who did the work and what work was actually performed. That kind of lends credence to that theory that we talked about last night. We're at 1,800 viewers, 1,242 likes. See if we can close that gap, everybody, and let's see if we can get us over that 2,000 viewers hump today. Alan Bowerly with a $10 super chat. I served my country for 20 years. It pains me to see people be screwed by a country they love. A very good friend of mine, Corax, moved to the U.S. because he couldn't tolerate Trudeau anymore. And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of expats, actually, because they just, A, they don't like Trudeau, or B, they can't afford to live in the country anymore. And we're seeing that with even immigrants as well, 30% being the number that are choosing to leave shortly after they arrive.
I'm not sure if this one was read. We have a $2.79 super chat from Daniel. It says, give her a box of Kleenex. I think that was in regards to Khalid.
Yes. Here's another one in regards to Khalid. Someone called a wambulance for Khalid. That's from Jilly Beans. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. And we have Joshua with a $5 super chat. Mr. Chair, we will accept no transparency from this committee. That's basically it.
I think that's a Chihuahua voice.
Oh, really?
That's what it seemed like.
We will accept no transparency from this committee, Mr. Chair, because I'm a lawyer. Anyway, Diane Sylvain with a $70 super chat. Thank you so much. I love coincidences. Here is another one. Pierre told Trudeau in the House of Commons that he called the RCMP to make sure they were doing their job on this ArriveCan scandal. Boom, just saying. That was my last advice to the chat. It's super chat. Hey.
Maybe he did watch it.
Hey, it's possible.
There you go.
Peter G with a $2 super chat. I'm a bit late, but here's a gift. Thank you so much, Peter. That's very, very sweet of you. And I assume it's the same Peter G with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. So give Peter some love. $2 super chat from LC. Maleficence or criminality? Why not both? Okay. So let's get into questions because I don't imagine those are going to be the same.
Merci, bon après-midi. I first want to thank the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombuds for their work.
Gorman gets to make her statement.
Their reports have pointed to significant gaps in procurement processes, roles, and controls at the Canada Border Services Agency. I do not disagree with the term glaring. Their recommendations will serve as guideposts to addressing them. CBSA's management response to both of these reports reflects the work that we have already done and we will be doing to make sure that all of our procurement actions are aligned with policies and processes, that CBSA operates transparently and with regard for probity and value for money, and that all employees operate in a manner consistent with the CBSA's Code of Conduct and public service values and ethics. You have our plan, but permit me to highlight 3 actions that I believe will have a material impact. We have already created an Executive Procurement Review Committee to approve contracts and task authorizations. This is providing even more oversight on contracting activities. We will require employees to disclose interactions with potential vendors. Nous avons renforcé la capacité.
We have increased the capacity of our procurement group both to oversee all procurement activities and establish a center of expertise to help employees if they have questions or if they don't understand their authorities and obligations.
So actively improving our internal management practices more broadly. Following Treasury Board policies is cornerstone to effective public administration. And effective public administration is critical to maintaining the trust of Canadians. I hesitate to say the following because it might sound like an excuse, and it's not. The ArriveCan app was built during an extraordinary time and on an emergency basis. I know the CBSA was working as quickly as possible at the request of the Public Health Agency to replace a paper-based process that was not meeting their needs and was clogging the border. And having been at the Treasury Board Secretariat at that time, I know the direction was for departments to take action, and if needed, move front-end controls to the back to be biased in favor of action. But this same direction also stressed the requirement that exigent decisions and actions be documented. As the Auditor General and I have each discovered, this direction was not followed. The absence of documentation is what is giving rise to these serious questions. Without a doubt, people were moving fast, but that doesn't justify cutting and pasting contracted resources experience directly from statements of work or collaborating with a company on a document they will eventually build on. Je tiens à vous assurer que je fais tout ce que...
I want to assure you that I'm doing everything I can to get a clear picture of how all of this unfolded, but I'm also looking to the future.
21 report recognized that the manual process had limitations and was not giving public health the access to the information it needed when it needed it. The Auditor General found that the government improved the quality of information it collected and how quickly it was collected using the app. But as I have said, it's not okay that decisions were not documented, that procurement files were incomplete, and that proper processes were not followed. This audit points to significant gaps, and I do not put that at the feet of the pandemic. Nous avons donc beaucoup de faire, mais je...
We have yet a lot to do, but our team is composed of very dedicated and loyal employees. We are united in improving our processes and to maintain the confidence of Canadians, all the while offering and fulfilling our mandate. Thank you.
Okay, you know what my main problem with her, like, not just her, all these people that say, well, it's not an excuse, but, you know, the pandemic was a tough time and they had to build this. Okay, so what? As we said yesterday, that's all the more reason to stick to your processes. When you're confronted with chaos, you retreat to order.
But I was saying this in our comments earlier tonight. Pandemics are nothing new. They come around almost in cycles. Like we've been having pandemics as long as there have been humans, right? It's just the diseases are different. So Canada should have had a pandemic plan. They should have known, okay, if a foreign pathogen comes in here and it's going to create problems, this is what we're going to do to contain it. This is what we're going to do to keep people safe, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But they didn't have any of that.
Yeah, every level of government treated this like it was a surprise.
Well, and what's worse is think of an infection where at the beginning your body's like throwing everything at it to try to fight it off. You know, you get a runny nose, you get a sore throat, maybe you get an upset stomach, all these different things. And that just kind of gives your body time for your white blood cells to
adapt.
Adapt and understand what they're fighting and then create a very, very specific response that kills that pathogen. And then you're back to normal. This pandemic kind of happened in reverse, in that they started off with very targeted specific things and then they just kind of threw everything at it. It made absolutely no sense.
Yeah, like the first thing they should have done is shut the border. End of story. But you know, that was racist, right? Anyway, like aside from that, what I'm tired of hearing is them saying, oh, well, you know, Health Canada needed this stuff and, you know, it doesn't excuse not following process and not documentation. And that's unfortunate. Hello, the piece that you're missing is this shouldn't have cost 60 million taxpayer dollars. Hello? And nobody is apologizing for that. Nobody is addressing where's our money? When are we getting it back? Because Canada could use $60 million. And where's the accountability on the previous president, John Osowski, who let this happen? Where's the accountability on Mindone? I think that's all still coming, folks. Because, you know, I don't think the Conservatives are going to just walk away from this with people saying, well, you know, we got the recommendations and yeah, there's some gaps and we're going to fix that and then we're going to move on. No, I don't think so. And I don't think they're going to settle for that because they know damn well that Canadians are not going to settle for that. $60 million? $54 million, $20 million, whatever it was far too much for this. So this is going to be interesting to see how the questions start flying. Sabotage, KCCO with a $5 super chat. Converted my coworker Austin to listen. Well done. Hey, Austin. Finally got off the hoof-hearted scandal. Very good. I love it when people convert people to watch the truth. Heartsinger with a $7 super chat. I wonder if she read it again because she wanted O'Gorman to hear it. That's quite a possibility, Heartsinger. Yeah, just in case you didn't pay attention to my statement yesterday, O'Gorman, here it is again. Milady Loves Cats with 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very, very much for that. Very, very much appreciated. Let's see. YouTube chat is not being my friend tonight. Looks like the next one is Kathy Sharp with a $10 super chat. Please, please, please hit the like button. The more likes there are, the more the algorithm pushes this out to like-minded people. Thanks all. It absolutely does. Because somebody liked the stream yesterday, we made it all the way up to around 2,500 viewers at one point. So please, 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 let's get those likes up. Peter H with a $5 super chat. Liberal point of order. Everyone is picking on us. Pretty much. Joshua with a $5 super chat. Wonder if we'll get exasperated sing.mp4 out of O'Gorman tonight. Or exasperated sigh. Yes. Alan Ballerly with another $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Granted, I'm American, so new to Canadian politics, but why do they go between English and French? It's really jarring and breaks the flow of their speech. Yeah, it does. You'll hear public.
Canada's officially a bilingual country, and members of parliament, as well as all citizens, are permitted to speak in the language of their preference. In parliament, like for the individuals that are sitting there, you'll see some of them with an earpiece, and that's the translator. And they have 3 different settings on the earpiece. They have an English setting, so that if somebody's speaking in French, it converts it to English. If someone's speaking in English already, you'll hear just their voice coming through the headset. And then the French channel, which does the exact same, but in French. And then they have, I think they call it the floor channel, which is just... it just amplifies whoever's speaking in the room. So there's no translation at all, and this is for bilingual individuals.
And you will typically hear opening statements in English and French. That seems to be standard fare, and that's because Canada's a bilingual country. But when it comes to questions, you will typically hear people answer it in the language of their choice. Or if they are very fluently bilingual, they will answer in English to an English question, or they will answer in French to a French question. Or if you're one of the Liberal ministers, you will answer in English to your Liberal colleagues who are asking questions, but you'll answer in French to the English questions posed by the opposition, just to be a bit of a skin rash.
It's like a power move. I mean, there's no hard and fast rules that you have to respond to someone in the language in which they asked you the question, but it's considered good form.
Kimberly Patterson with a $7 super chat. Will you guys be digging into the Canadian taxpayers video that dropped? And do we know any more about the $8 million barn? You'd have to be specific on which video you're referring to. And as for the barn, while $8 million is a waste of taxpayer money, there's far too many for us to devote the attention that they deserve. So rather than water down all of them, we try to pick the ones that are the most significant and dive into those. Unfortunately, that is forcing us to bypass some of the other ones, but. That's Trudeau for you. There's too many scandals to pick from. Milady Loves Cats with a $7 super chat. Saw that Humble Tracker is held up tonight, so I will cover for her as best as I can. We'll drop another 10 memberships when we hit 1,400 likes, and it looks like that happened. So
there's our 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much.
There you go. Lionel de Grand Prairie with a $2 super chat. Remember, it took years to get Alphonse Gagliano. There you go. And there's the 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. So we're 49 viewers away from 2,000. Let's get to 1,500 likes and see if we can push that out. All right. Let the games begin.
We thank you as well.
The floor for 6 minutes, please.
Thanks, Chair, and welcome back, witnesses. A.G. Hogan, quick question. The procurement ombudsman in his report had commented about the bait and switch that was happening with procurement and seemed to insinuate it was quite widespread through the whole of government. Do you have a sense of how systemic this issue is? Obviously, CBSA, but do you have a sense how systemic it is otherwise?
So it's my understanding that the procurement ombuds report really looked at the front end of the processes more, whereas when we audit, we come in once the procurement is in place and we're looking at sort of validating that the resources are used. So I could tell you here that there are reasons why a resource in a task authorization or a contract may not work on a contract, but I would expect that the mechanisms that the government has are used to switch that up so that you don't to accept an invoice with a resource that you didn't already vet.
The documents we heard from both of you, missing documents, like who within CBSA was responsible for collecting and storing those documents? Like what documents, who was responsible for it?
I think where we saw missing elements, and I would encourage you perhaps to ask the president exactly who, but I would have expected that there would have been someone who would have planned a project oversight. And so that would have been perhaps the business owner, whoever was tasked with making sure that the application was developed and implemented. I would then expect someone in contracting to ensure that the file makes sense. Anyone who signs off on an invoice
but it was
for making sure.
Quite widespread, though.
Well, I think that there are many individuals who play a critical role when it comes to making sure procurement and projects are well documented.
Is it the same issue with the commented inaccurate financial records? Is it the same issue throughout the department? Like it's just not one position, but throughout this project or throughout the department?
Well, again, I think it starts with the person who might accept an invoice with insufficient information and then certify and sign off that the government received what they should have received. Whoever does the coding, then who does the entry into the financial system. So again, I think you have the luxury of having the president of CBSA here, and some of these questions are well directed at her as to who would have been accountable and how many individuals would be involved in a process to treat an invoice.
Well, President O'Gorman, maybe you can answer that in writing because we're short of time, but maybe you can get back to the committee on that because I want to move on to another.
Could you just be clear on what the question is?
The question, what positions were responsible or should have been collecting and ensuring all the paperwork was there, but also as the AG comments, the inaccurate financial records, because I assume it's not just one person. Maybe you can get back to the committee of which departments, which projects, et cetera.
Just to kind of expand on that, because they are trying to associate the actual positions and the names of those positions of the people that were supposed to be managing this documentation. There's documentation that is missing that the Auditor General couldn't find. So for those of you that may not be familiar or you're not exposed to these processes, typically when a third party like GC Strategies will invoice a organization for work, they will do exactly that. They will typically email them an invoice, and on that invoice, it typically has the organization's name and has the date and all this stuff. I think everyone has seen an invoice before, but it's supposed to detail what work was actually done. And in a project like this, you would typically put in the resource name that you're charging for, because again, it's a staffing firm and they're subcontracting it to resources that are IT guys that are working on this. So it should be who it was, how many hours they worked, what the hourly rate was for that resource, and then the total and what they worked on, right? So let's say they were building the home screen for ArriveCan. So they should have said, okay, it's Bob, and Bob worked for 16 hours, on the home screen, programming, functional testing, whatever it was, and then that would be multiplied by the agreed upon rate in the contract for a total sum of what that particular invoice was gonna have. Then that is then sent to the organization, in this case CBSA. Now, most of the time, these invoices are supposed to be sent to what's called accounts payable. And accounts payable is a section of finance that their job is to literally pay invoices. There's another section of finance called accounts receivable, and their job is to collect revenue, right? So you have two different arms of finance, accounts payable, accounts receivable, okay? So, but accounts payable, their job is just to take invoices in, make sure they're processed correctly, get approvals to pay them, and then pay them. And CBSA is a large enough organization, it's very large, that these invoices should have been going straight to their accounts payable department. Then accounts payable would take those invoices, send them to the people that are responsible for coding them and approving the project per government delegation of authority guidelines. And they would approve it, send it back, and then that closes the loop. So the question is who was doing that? And what was happening with these invoices? And the person that was coding the invoices should probably also be the person who's responsible for the documentation in terms of collecting it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Apologies to LC. I missed your super chat before because YouTube is YouTube. Wording of all of this makes it inaccessible to many. I don't disagree, and this is why we try to translate as best we can into non-government speak, the language of common sense. Val with a $10 super chat. $10 for Cypher, none for Fox.
Oh,
You are
boo.
SOL. Thank you very much.
That's okay. We're married, so his stuff is mine and my stuff is his.
There you go. Robert McFallon, good to see you back. This is where DEI got our government. It is a poison pill, right? Just saying. DEI for everybody is diversity, equity, inclusion. I assume everyone knows what that means.
It means we don't hire people based on
Merit.
We hire them based on how they look or who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and there you go. Okay.
Quick question
Just
for
one
you.
second. Is that possible for you to do that in writing after the?
I can answer it or come back and write
Yeah,
it.
in writing, please, just because it's shorter time.
Thank you.
I want to follow up just the two gentlemen, Mr. McDonald and Mr. Utano. They both received performance bonuses last year, did they not? And the year before, and the year before that?
Oh.
I don't know.
They did. I'm telling you, I'm surprised that you would not know, considering the
I
gravity
wasn't-
of the situation.
Yeah, I'm surprised too.
That's not part of the look. How did they receive bonuses if they are the subject of these accusations?
So, I,
Oh, ho, ho.
Wow. And I love Jen was kind of peeking there in the corner.
Okay, does everybody know why that question was so significant?
Well, because these bonuses probably came from the taxpayer, right?
They did, but it's very significant for one specific reason. So, it was the Conservatives going after O'Gorman, if you recall, saying that the government acted in reprisal to the testimony by Cameron McDonald and Tony Utano, right?
Yeah.
So they testified in November, and a couple weeks later, they were notified that they were the subject of an investigation, and then they were subsequently suspended without pay and had their security clearance revoked after Aaron O'Gorman took some of the results of the investigation and sent it to the presidents of their agencies, right? Okay. Well, before they were at these new positions, they were working for CBSA, right? Right. Well, here's the problem. It was Aaron O'Gorman's testimony that, they weren't just notified of the investigation. Like, they didn't just become the subject of the investigation right after they testified. They were part of the investigation from the beginning.
Beginning meaning 2022?
Beginning meaning 2022.
So then they got bonuses in 2023.
Correct.
Usually in the fall, is it for government?
So it would have been in the summer.
Oh.
So the investigation began in the fall.
Of 2022.
And
then
remember,
summer-
shoulder pads, he had, this is Michel Leclerc, he said that the first part of his investigation usually takes 45 days, and then if there's merit to it, then they proceed to phase 2. So that means in November of 2022, when the investigation started under O'Gorman, 45 days passed. That takes you to mid-January. So according to her, McDonald and Utano were always part of this investigation. So their year-end review, government year-end is end of March, she would have had the opportunity to decide whether or not they receive bonuses. So the question from Kelly, it's a very good one, and it puts her in a corner. Why the hell would they have received bonuses if they were the subject of an investigation?
Do you think this also goes to the point that it wasn't reprisal for appearing in committee because they received the bonuses?
Well, maybe not. If they received bonuses, then they're happy campers.
Right, that everybody's happy with them and their performance. So, maybe it does go to bolster the claim that everything was good until they
That's my point.
testified in committee. Interesting.
That's my point. Because she would have known that they would have been part of the investigation at that point, and she still allowed the bonuses. So this is sketchy.
And we're about 500 likes behind, so please hit that like button. Barnaby is starving for likes. Let's feed him some likes.
Feed him to shut him up.
Yeah, we don't want him to waste away. Please feed him some likes.
I wasn't aware who received bonuses, but to your question, they would have been assessed at the time at the end of the fiscal year. And
So-
to the extent that
So
there's
one moment
information,
they're assessed well enough to receive bonus. The next moment, they're history's greatest monsters in CBSA, according to some of these documents. It just seems quite strange.
But I can answer that question, Mr. Chair.
Just
if-
very briefly, please.
So there's mechanisms.
I love that Kelly is using like his chair voice here, because remember, he's the chair of the OGO committee. He is not the chair of this committee. He's just a guy that shows up. So it is funny that he uses his chair voice and is directing the witness.
If there's information that comes to light after performance ratings are done, to be able to reconsider those ratings.
Just a question for you. OGO first started, sorry, not we, but Operations Estimates first started this ArriveCan investigation October 2022. Why did it take all the way up to the Bottler allegations for CBSA to actually act and start looking more seriously at this rather lackadaisical effort?
So two things. One, when the study was started and we were bringing information together to respond to the committee, it was clear to me that the documentation was incomplete and inadequate. The study was started in October, and the Bottler allegations came in November the following month.
Last one, I want to read to you a text. This is from Mr. Dewan, and this is before his
Mindone.
appearance. My issue is what I want to say and what I can't say. Can I throw PHAC under the bus? Throw ministers under the bus? What do you think Mr. Dewan was referencing when he said he could not speak to these for fear of throwing PHAC or ministers under the bus?
Oh.
That's significant.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, indeed.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Plot thickens, everybody. Oh, this is going to be interesting. And there's no way that she can answer this. This question wasn't for her to answer. This question was for Canadians to hear that. Man. Uh-oh.
I have no idea.
Have you looked into it?
This is the first I hear of that text.
Have you ever heard of any issues regarding Mr. Dewan and such issues in his prep for appearing before committee?
No.
How far back, I guess, does this mess with CBSA go with its purchasing and its IT issues? This is not something that started with ArriveCan. How long has it been going on, and how did no one catch it?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. So as I said, when I started and there were questions regarding the documentation and the cost of ArriveCan, it became very clear to me that the documents were not complete and we had to try and piece together the information as the questions came in. I'm not sure how far back it goes. I've also launched an internal audit that will give me some further information, and certainly the procurement ombuds and the Auditor General have shed more light on the issue, but the systems and processes were not in place, and suggestion to me is that some of that does predate the pandemic.
Thank
and
you.
was maybe
That's the time, Mr.
exacerbated
McCauley.
by the pandemic.
Thank you. That's the time. Ms. Shanahan, you have the floor now for 6 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And
Yet all we heard at the beginning of this was, but all the processes were followed. That's all we heard. And now we're hearing, well, you know, processes weren't followed. Yeah, well, now that the Auditor General's report is out and the Ombuds report is out, now you don't have a choice but to say the processes weren't followed. You dummies. But this is good. And I love the way Kelly, like, he tilts his head down and he looks at them like saying, come on. You know that I know.
Well, like we've heard, Kelly's an awesome guy, but don't cross him.
Indeed. Ryan Poplinski with a $2.79 super chat. Thank you so much. Imagine any of these answers being acceptable to cops, right? Right?
Where were you yesterday? I don't know. Some processes were followed, maybe.
Yeah. But the great thing is all of this is available as evidence to the police. So
I just want to put on the record that indeed I had questions prepared for all the witnesses that we were expecting today, because this is the job of this committee, the Public Accounts Committee, unlike government operations or ethics or other committees that you'll find here on the Hill. Our job is to question the deputy ministers and the executive directors of the public servants, if you will, of all departments that are reviewed by the Auditor General. And Auditor General, I want to thank you for the work that you and your team have done in providing this report to this committee, to Parliament, and to Canadians. Canadians have every reason to be proud of the professionalism and the impartiality that your team brings to the work that you do. And I, for one, I'm a longstanding member of the Public Accounts Committee, and from time to time, we need to remind.
wow, she's terrible. This is the lady that was clapping like a seal at Trudeau's, caucus meeting when she was chanting 4 more years.
Oh, yes, I recall her. And she was holding up like 7 fingers.
Yeah, she's and she's at the Committee for Public Accounts. What a wonderfully confident lady to actually have there. Kevin Spielman with a $7 super chat. Divide 60 million by population, then deduct that from our taxes this year, paid back thanks to both of you for your explanations of the Parliament. That's not a bad idea, Kevin. And I think that should be withdrawn from all of the paychecks of all of the Liberals and the management of the Canada Border Services Agency and Public Health Canada. I think that's only fair.
Remind Canadians about the importance of our work here being impartial, and in fact that one should not be able to tell. I think it was a former NDP member who said one should not be able to tell which party a questioner comes from when they are questioning. Because yes, I am shocked, I am outraged by the findings in this report, as are my colleagues. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that during a time, a once in a lifetime, once in a century pandemic, that at a time when the public service was pulling together all stops to help Canadians, to bring forward the life-saving vaccines, to provide necessary supports, to work in what was an environment where there were many unknowns, that some individuals, some public servants, it appears, and it's not my place here to name them, that investigation, that work will be done elsewhere as is appropriate, decided, as the Auditor General said yesterday, to throw out the most basic financial management rules out the window. And And yet we know that from just human nature that these things can happen, which is why we have measures in place, checks and balances, oversight measures,
Evidently
in order
not.
to find out what is going on. Now, Auditor General, I did want to ask you, first of all, this is not the first time you're looking at ArriveCan. Please briefly summarize the findings of the first report that you had.
What? What? Oh. Okay. Okay.
So this is the first time that I look at the development and implementation of the ArriveCan application itself.
Like, keep up, Shannon. What is wrong with this lady? Like, can you not keep track of your own scandals?
Nope.
Like,
There's too many. We can barely keep track of them.
lady, do you know how we know this is the first report from the Auditor General? Because the Liberals voted against this
the
audit
others.
in the first place. Like, it took the NDP, the Bloc, and the Conservatives to actually vote to have her look at this. You stupid moron. Like, I don't mean to, like, get angry, but it's like these Liberals are just, they're not even just out of touch with the Canadian taxpayer, they're out of touch with their own government. They have no idea what's going on. Like, it's just complete incompetence.
But do you think it's incompetence on purpose? So that they can have, what's it called, plausible deniability. Oh, well, I don't know what's going on over there.
Well,
It's not my fault.
This is the problem. There's no such thing as plausible deniability when it comes to the government if you're in charge of something. And that's what the Conservatives are trying to raise up here. Like, so one of the points that the Conservatives are making is, hey, why did the minister let this go on? How did the minister not know that there was a 750 times the budget amount paid out to these contractors for ArriveCan? How does the minister let that happen? And the response in question period was, well, the agencies are supposed to, look after their own finances and stuff like that. $60 million, hello? So their point is, no, it's not plausible deniability. You're the minister for a reason. These agencies report into you for a reason. Otherwise, what's the point of the minister in the first place? Robert McFallon with a $5 super chat. She is filibustering life-saving vaccines. Get boosted, pylon. Yeah, there you go. Let me just switch my view here because YouTube has been playing tricks on me. Milady loves cats for the 279 super chat. Bah!
Looks like she's rolling on the floor laughing.
Yeah.
And we're about 450 likes behind. We are closing that gap, but we're doing it very, very slowly. So please hit that like button. It pushes out the stream.
There we go.
We did audit the use of ArriveCan in 2021 when we were looking at border measures. We completed 2 audits in 2021 around border measures, and the second one noted that ArriveCan contributed to an improved response by the government at the border. So it improved the quality of the information, the contact information collected from travelers, and the timeliness of that information. So beforehand, the paper-based system at times took something like 28 days for the Public Health Agency to receive contact information from an individual who should have been quarantining. And it's not worth very much when you're trying to see if they quarantined for 14 days and you only receive the information after 28 days. So we did highlight there that it improved the measures at the border, but did not actually look at the application until we issued this report yesterday.
Thank you very much for that, because I agree with those findings. I also agree with the findings in their entirety of this ArriveCan report that you tabled yesterday. The application, it was needed, but it cost too much. And so I'd like to ask you, Auditor General, have you spoken to this committee before about how you choose to audit departments and how you come to do the work that you do? Could you just tell us how long have you been working on this audit?
We received a motion from the House of Commons back in November I'm just going to double check to get the right date, on November 2nd, 2022. That asked us to complete work on the ArriveCan application. While it's important for the independence of my office for me to be able to choose who we audit, what we audit, and when we audit it, I also take very seriously requests that come from the House of Commons or the Senate. And in this case, we decided that it was an important audit to carry out. We intended to release it before the holidays, so at the end of 2023, but had to extend some of the time needed in order to finalize the work and tabled it yesterday.
Thank you, Auditor General. And indeed, you were working on different aspects of this study, were you not? Because I have our committee did ask you to continue your work on ArriveCan. There was a letter on record. Perhaps the clerk can provide it for members who don't recall back in October. I'm just trying to make the point that the independence of your office is critical, but I understand that you do respond to the concerns of parliamentarians, and we greatly appreciate the fact that you do so.
What a doorknob. And what a dishonest doorknob as well. She's trying to say, oh well, you know, we value the work that you did, and you know we wanted you to continue your work on ArriveCan. All you wanted her to do is to give you stats on who used ArriveCan. That's basically it. So you could trot it out and say, this is all the people who used it. It was such a success, yada yada yada.
It was such a success because, quote unquote, success. I don't think it was a success, but they do. So quote unquote success because everyone was forced to use it. Anybody coming into the country had to use it, whether you were from here or not, whether you had a cell phone or not. Like, it was ridiculous.
Well, and her summary of it, well, it was an app that we needed, but it just cost too much. Never mind the fact that it put 10,000 people into quarantine, cost people their jobs. Yeah, let's not even talk about that, right? Not something we want to care about there. And never mind the fact that our whole party voted against the whole audit into ArriveCan in the first place. But now we're going to turn around and try and get behind it and say, oh, you know, we wanted you to continue to work. Like, get bent. Goko Donnie with a $10 super chat. Clearly, the lower the IQ score, the higher the office one can hold. She's a perfect example. I agree. And it makes sense why Trudeau's at the top, doesn't it? Pam PD with a $2 super chat. Where's the bus? Yeah, exactly.
Shannon, you have time for a very brief question, if you may.
So, Mr. Gorman, I just want to hear from you, and thank you for your remarks. Can you please explain to us, as the Auditor General points out in paragraph 1.40, that there was a lack of sound justification for the selection of the GC strategies? Where was the gap in the chain of command? Why was this not uncovered sooner?
So I'll tell you that we have also been looking to answer that. So to the extent that I knew there was a gap, I was open to the Auditor General perhaps finding the answer. We have an internal investigation going on. So as I said, the documentation was not good, and the inability to answer the question as to who picked that company has been hanging over the agency for over a year now.
Yet the guys who were responsible for this documentation received performance bonuses. Just saying.
What we do know is who signed the documents, who signed the requisition form to PSPC asking that a contract be put in place, and that individuals exercise their authorities, significant authorities vested in the FAA in their Section 32 and Section 34 attestations. So there's been testimony that there was pressure and other people took decisions. Open to having that play out. Have not seen any evidence to that. So all we have to go on right now is the paper.
Thank you very much. Suivant, c'est Madame Desgagné. Vous avez la parole pour 6 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Madame Gagné, you have 6 minutes. Welcome all, and thank you for being here. Madam Auditor General, I have a question for you. I asked you some questions yesterday. I hope we get answers today. The information that we got from PSPC as to the overuse of non-concurrential sole supplier provisions. Do you have any more information on the nature of the warnings they've received, and where did the communication happen? Well, if I understood your question, when Public Sector Procurement Canada received a request, this was done by email in May 2020, where an official in their manager's group but they copied in CC the executive director at the time to the management, Mr. Ucanadome, CC'd the message, was CC'd in the message. So he was, who was the principal recipient of this email? While the individuals who were going to implement or activate the contracts, are they still in the job today? Have you been able to ask them a few questions? No, they're no longer employed by the agency.
Gee, I wonder who that could be. Two guys that are receiving these emails.
That are no longer employed by the agency?
Gee, who could they be?
I've got a pretty good guess.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they're not getting paid and they don't have their security clearance right now. One super chat I wanted to get back to is Teresa with a $5 super chat. Poor Cypher, we want a whole episode in the Chihuahua voice. You may want it, but you're not going to get it.
Yeah, I don't think Cypher would be able to last a whole episode doing the Chihuahua voice.
Plus, I have to be really loud, and I'm worried it will wake up our sons. So.
Yeah, but it'll also blow out your vocal cords.
Yeah. Or maybe that's the idea. Maybe Teresa just doesn't want to hear me anymore.
We don't have to listen to him anymore.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to listen to me either. So there you go.
There we are.
Geese with Tees with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much for that. Canadian Patriots with a $2.79 super chat. Love you guys. We love you too. Ryan Poplinski with a $7 super chat. If I was Prime Minister, I would have a provocative or put a provocative auditor in charge of all projects over $5 million, qualifying each procedure step before builds. Yeah. The only catch is with that, Ryan, is that slows things down, and you have to have a whole lot of staff to do that, which means you're paying a bunch of people to do that. So you just have to be careful that the value that those people are adding to the project to make sure that it's above board is reasonable, right? And the question is, what is reasonable? And that's where we need these people to actually make those decisions for us. But your point is taken about actually having a very structured process to respect the taxpayer dollar, and that's where you're getting it, and I think all of us completely agree with that. Jason Abbey with a $5 super chat. Happy Valentine's, Allison, and anniversary. She has been converted from liberal, and she loves Cypher and Fox for the research. Click Cypher's like thingy.
Oh, congratulations. Happy anniversary.
And congratulations. Welcome to the light of being converted from a liberal, and now you're getting the truth. And welcome to Northern Perspective. Lionel de Grand Prix again with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Selective outrage. Bev Oda, $16 glass of orange juice. Nothing to see here, though. Right?
Well, to be fair, and I say this every time it comes up, Bev Oda had a very questionable spending history prior to that, so it wasn't like just the orange juice that was the problem. She did end up paying back several $1,000s for things that she shouldn't have done. Like, I think she had taken a limo to, I want to say it was the Juno Awards, and charged it to the taxpayer, and that was the one that outraged everybody.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back, and she did resign. So.
But it's a glass of orange juice compared to the current Governor General and her dry cleaning bill and everything that Justin Trudeau charges to us. Space Dave 2000 with a $5 super chat. I've worked in the financial industry for 25 years. Every single instinct is crying money laundering. This, if exposed, may finally bury the Liberals. I don't disagree, Space Dave. There's skimming going on, there's fraud going on, like it's all over this. It's bad
stuff.
out. Yeah.
We think this is the beginning of the end for the Liberals. we've kind of seen they've escaped some previous scandals, but I think this one has caught Canadians' eye, and this is going to be the one that ends it all.
And the Liberals are really, really, really concerned about this because of all the additional evidence that's coming out. And the NDP, the Bloc, and the Conservatives are all siding together on this. So there's nothing they can do to stop this. They are very, very concerned.
Have they been transferred to other agencies? Are they still working in the public service? I'm afraid I don't know that. So you didn't inquire as to why the recommendations were not followed, because the recommendations include by PSPC were not followed. But do you have any idea what the rationale is for not following those recommendations? No, we have no justification for the decision taken or not taken in this case from PSPC. But we did interview the employees, who are no longer employees, by the way, and we didn't get any satisfaction. Well, as of 2018 onwards, Mr. Sebourin, who was working at the CBSA, a whistleblower, if you will. We wanted to protect him, and since 2018, Mr. Sebourin has noted that there were quite reprehensible acts being conducted there at CBSA. Other departments of the government were mentioned. There were other activities or processes which were not being followed. So 2018, a whistleblower, and this individual had foul things put into his coffee. He had to take sick leave. He'd been intimidated, bullied, and it's been going on for a number of years. Ms. Gorman, I think you've been in your position since July 2022, over a year ago. Did you not receive a clear mandate from the government to clean up the mess in this department? Well, I don't need a mandate to put things in order, but it's quite clear that there are two ministers to whom I report. I'll switch to English.
Clear that if there is wrongdoing, it needs to be found out.
D'accord. Mais
And if
avez-vous
there
eu
are
des
problems
discussions?
with the systems and processes.
Avez-vous eu des discussions?
Have you had discussions on those issues with the two ministers that you just referred to? The ministers did have questions as to the management on procurement. When was this?
When these allegations came up, I informed him that the allegations were serious. We were taking them seriously, and I was also making moves on internal processes to shore up information and systems and processes problems I was already seeing. In my initial brief with the minister in the summer when he was appointed, and I did my survol de toutes les choses avec qui nous sommes préoccupés.
I conducted the overview. I raised the issues.
Systems and processes and contracting issues in the agency very clearly.
Quelles consignes avez-vous reçues par rapport à mettre de l'ordre dans vos... Est-ce que...
And what feedback did you get on that about getting putting things in order? Did they identify? Did you suspend anyone, or? Well, we know that the two employees are no longer employees, so. But it seems to be more generalized within the agency. Were other people laid off or dismissed? I'd like to have some concrete examples.
I like that the Bloc is going after O'Gorman on this because, you know, they talk about a previous whistleblower in 2018 and they were met with reprisal, had their coffee poisoned, like crazy stuff going on. And then O'Gorman's like, "Oh, I don't need a mandate to know that I need to put things right, and that's what I set out to do." Okay, so O'Gorman is saying that she saw problems, and you know she's trying to make herself out to look, very proactive here and very righteous and very in tune. So she's saying, well, as soon as I came in, I saw there was problems. So then the question is, okay, who'd you fire? Who'd you get rid of?
Nobody. They just kind of let those problems sit and fester and waste all this taxpayer money. There you go.
So, so you didn't do anything. Oh, well, we improved processes.
Clearly not.
You had people poisoning somebody's coffee. Hello? This is not accountability, O'Gorman.
This is criminal.
Richard Weeb with a $7 super chat. Liberals remove age discrimination. You are using to deny seniors 67 to 74 a 10% raise for OAS because you must be 75 to receive it. There you go. Crash 78 with a $5 super chat. So Miss Shanahan, hold on, I got to do this properly. So Miss Shanahan,
what is it that you do?
There you go. And if you want the Office Space version, here you are.
What would you say you do here?
Nobody knows.
I will never get, that'll never get old. Anyway, so there you go. The dude with the $2 super chat. I hope more whistleblowers will come forward. I hope so too. I hope the Conservatives have done a good job of making them feel safe and protected, and that they can, come forward, without reprisal. The hope is the more this starts to landslide on the Liberals, the more people will be comfortable coming forward, because it will look even worse if there's any type of reprisal going on. And Lightgiver with a $10 super chat. Okay, I need the story on the poisoned coffee. Maybe another time. We want to keep focused on this, but it was another whistleblower at the CBSA, to my understanding.
That this was my priority, and on the question of harassment, I take that very seriously, and in that, any intimidation. So our systems and processes need to have the confidence of our employees.
J'ai plus beaucoup de temps, mais est-ce que des personnes ont été mises à pied?
Were individuals suspended, laid off, fired? What did you do concretely?
You're referring to, but we have taken action on founded allegations, and we have taken disciplinary action, but I'm not going to speak to specific actions and specific individuals.
Et voilà, merci beaucoup. Suivant, c'est...
Thank you very much. Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor.
Okay, so Teresa with $2 super chat. Whose coffee was poisoned? What is that about? Okay, so here's the general nutshell, to my understanding. So somebody came forward at the CBSA with allegations of wrongdoing in regards to procurement, and as a result of them coming forward, someone found out that they came forward, and they actually, were seeing reprisals within the workplace. They had their coffee poisoned and other nasty things. Not like poison to die, but like X-Lax or like stuff like that. And they just had lots of horrible things being done to them, and nothing was done to deal with that. Nothing was done to protect the whistleblower. So the question from the block is basically, so there's all those allegations of this whistleblower before. What did you do? And O'Gorman's response, which is not good enough, is, oh, well, we took disciplinary action. Excuse me? Disciplinary action should have been firing that employee.
Well, it should have been contacting the police. You don't drug somebody, which is essentially what this is, without their knowledge.
Yeah, that's technically assault.
That's a crime.
Yeah. So there you go. It's the CBSA not taking this crap seriously.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I too want to thank the Auditor General and her team for a very important audit, and of course the audit's role in what is hopefully a process to make things much better, because this, in my opinion, is one of, if not the worst audit I have ever seen ever. Maybe even hopefully not in continuity, but hopefully we can level how serious this is with you and members of the CBSA, that this is simply unacceptable. It must change. And this audit, I really do hope you take seriously the recommendations that are outlined there and find better ways to ensure that you can even go beyond that. But before I get into some of that work, I just want to be able to touch on how upsetting this is and how rightfully upsetting it is to Canadians. you can just imagine that those persons, single mom, persons who are having a hard time trying to get into work, people who are struggling to make ends meet, they find out that in the cost of living crisis that we're experiencing right now, that the federal government has opened the doors to rich consultants to get even richer.
If you didn't know this guy was NDP, you'd think he was a conservative.
Why? I don't think he's conservative. I don't like this guy.
Because he's reading the conservative talking points. This is all the talking points the conservatives have been using up to now.
Well, because they have to ditch their support of the Liberals and they have to distance themselves, right?
Right. So all of a sudden, the NDP are taking all of those same talking points because they also see that that is what is helping the conservatives in the polls.
Yeah, but I mean, how are you supposed to say to Canadians as an NDP, you know, all these problems, you know, again, affordability crisis, et cetera, it's the Liberals' fault. Meanwhile, you guys voted for it. We could pull up the voting record and this guy's name would be under half of it.
Sure would. Sure would.
Barnaby's excited in the chat because it's the first time he's seen 2,200 watchers. Awesome. And Barnaby is also still hungry for likes. So please feed Barnaby some likes.
Yeah. See if we can see if we can make Barnaby feel at home with what he missed last night. So, Peter G with a $5 super chat. We should ask O'Gorman. What we should ask O'Gorman is if she would like that shovel in bronze, silver, or gold plated for the pile of crap that just floats.
Nice.
I don't disagree.
Amazing.
We've seen in the audit, for example, some very serious issues of overbilling, that there's immense issues of vulnerability in the contracting processes. Some of these, for example, the report estimated 59.5 million was handed over to these wealthy consultants like GC Strategies, the one we're auditing today. But this is a story that began in 2020, and there's contracts even between that period of time, to which I believe you were at CBSA when the $20 million contract that was a competitive one was tenured. To that extent, if that's not the case, I acknowledge that, but I think there's several instances and several issues. One on that contract alone, the contract that allowed rich consultants to define their competition directly from the person issuing the bid. Huge issue. I'll be touching on that in my subsequent rounds. The first issue I want to deal with, however, is the non-competitive processes that CBSA undertook in order to get the original contracts. 3 of them, I believe. These contracts that were not properly disclosed, even to the Auditor General, I understand that much of this information is still unknown. That's part and core to why we're asking these important questions. And so my concern for this questioning round is on those first set of contracts and the really ill proceedings that led to GC Strategies getting these contracts. We've seen in the audit, for example, that they were invited to dinners. They were given gifts. That some of these issues of direct conflict were not reported to CBSA. That it should be something that we all pause with and know that right now that level of transparency isn't present to this committee, which is deeply concerning, to not know exactly how these non-competitive contracts were able to be entered into. What do you know about the events and the gifts received by these 2 men in order to do services and to get access to a non-competitive process?
Okay, so I'll say a few things. It is unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable. And the systems, I would argue, and the absence of controls allowed for the vulnerabilities that you referred to exist. The procurement ombuds, when he was testifying at another committee, indicated that in an emergency, it might be good practice to go to a consultant or contractor that you know, but that you would document that, and that the lack of documentation is what's giving rise to all of these questions that we can't answer. So absolutely, I would agree. And then the subsequent sole source contracts just elevate those questions even more. And so to me, There could have been a justification at the outset, had to move quickly. This was a company we may have been working with. They supplied people who could do the ones and zeros that worked with our people and deliver something.
How long
None
have
of that is written down.
How long do you know in your investigations and your understanding that these gentlemen at GC Strategies have been involved with CBSA?
So my understanding, based on the documents I've seen, the GC Strategies worked as a subcontract to another firm prior to the pandemic. I don't believe there was a specific contract with GC Strategies, but I might be mistaken on that, and I can come back in writing to clarify. But before the pandemic,
Why she doesn't
they
know
were a
this is
subcontract to another company.
sketchy.
And the individuals that were working with CBSA staff on a mobile application were the same individuals that came in to work with CBSA staff on ArriveCan.
And so, let me try to understand what you just said. They were a subcontractor before the COVID-19 pandemic. Under the practice of knowing somebody to do quick work, you're saying that they had access because those civil servants knew and were aware of GC Strategies. Is that correct?
Yes, it was in the same group, had those people under contract as became responsible for the ArriveCan app.
And how long did these civil servants declare they known these persons for? Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Interesting.
I don't know that.
How much time do I have, Chair?
She doesn't know a lot. Like, I know being president of the CBSA, it's a large organization, but I'm sorry. If I'm president of the CBSA and I'm being called in committee to answer for ArriveCan, I'm making myself intimately familiar with everything regarding that. Like, you should be knowing these answers. I don't find that acceptable in the least. But maybe that's a reason why she goes and visits the Prime Minister's office in and around every ArriveCan committee testimony that she gives. Let's get to some super chats. Apex McBoob with a $10 super chat. Bev Oda was my MP, and now Jennifer O'Connor. Oh, I'm so sorry. So far, I'm 0 for 2. By the way, someone gifted me a membership, but I don't know who to thank. How do I find out?
So tomorrow, when the replay of the chat becomes available, you can go through and see kind of when you received the membership or when you think you received it, and then the person who had donated the block of memberships above your name would be the person who gifted it. It's not a very practical way to do it, but it's the only way to do it. It's not something that like YouTube tells us, oh, so-and-so gave memberships to, A, B, C, and D person, unfortunately.
And sometimes you don't even have to be online to receive the membership.
Yeah, that's the other thing. So
if you weren't around yesterday, you could have received it yesterday. And there would be no way to tell that. But just say thank you, because everyone operates pretty cool here. $2 super chat from Lionel de Grand Prix. Sorry guys, all I see is Bobby Lee in this guy. Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm not saying he's a model conservative. I'm just saying the talking points were Hunsford with a $5 super chat. Her making processes to quote unquote fix things are like Trudeau's summit meetings to quote unquote fix things. All talk and no work, but lots of money spent. Yeah, I agree, and that's the problem. Like, sometimes it's not a process problem. Sometimes it's a people problem, which means you get rid of the people. And yeah, the Public Service Alliance of Canada is going to fight tooth and nail and cry and whine and all that stuff, but you fight the fights that need fighting. You don't fight the fights that are easy. Alice Avonlea with a $5 super chat. We need farmers with, I'm going to say... Tractors and trailers spraying slutty at their office. Okay.
Okie doke.
I'm not sure what that means, Alice, but that's provocative.
Sounds like fun.
Jibba JS with a $13.99 super chat. I'm a bit unclear on one thing. How is it acceptable for GC Strategies to be part of the contracting process? Shouldn't the owners of that company be held to account along with the government? So in short,
they will
yes.
be.
Put it this way. I don't think there's any possibility that Christian Firth is not going to be charged and convicted with a crime here. He's done. He is absolutely done.
Well, and that's why he's refusing to come to committee.
Yeah.
As we were told, he was supposed to be back in committee by February the 9th, which was this past Friday. And he still hasn't shown up. He's still using the mental health excuse.
But the Auditor General's report, like the committee actually may go to the House of Commons. And that would be, I think, a first for me at least.
Well, first in modern history that I can think of.
Yeah. There's no modern example where a witness is literally having to be apprehended
and brought to committee.
Yeah.
It has happened in the past, like back in the 1800s, where they had to, call the constable and they'd go and get them on horseback and they'd drag them in.
So it will be interesting to see what happens. But he's done. And when it comes to Cameron McDonald and Utano, they're going to be convicted for a crime as well. Right? So there's definitely going to be consequences coming. It just, as with everything with the government, unfortunately, it takes time. So it is coming. You can bet on that. Milady Loves Cats gifted 5 Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much. We're almost at 2,000 likes, folks. Can we get another 48? That would be wonderful if we can get there. Unless
unless your eyes deceive you.
Well, unless my YouTube is deceiving me. It hasn't been that great today, so I may actually reset my window. But while I do that, let's get back to committee.
You're out of time, I'm afraid, but we'll come back to you, Mr. Deschamps. Next, we have Mr. Brock. You have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Here we go.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. O'Gorman, although you have not been sworn or affirmed to tell the truth, there is a presumption that any witness who appears at committee will tell the truth. And I'll state at the outset that I have heard your evidence on multiple occasions, and you, ma'am, have a serious deficit when it comes to credibility and integrity.
Order. Chair.
Now, nothing he has said is out of bounds. You know I watch for language, and the member is pressing hard as he has the right to do. You might not like it, but this is these serious allegations, and we're not hearing a lot of answers today from CBSA. It seems that no one was in charge. So, Mr. Brock, you have the floor. I stopped the clock. I'll resume it right now.
Wow. I don't think I've heard a witness call order from the line of questioning, though I wouldn't want to be on that end of Brock's questioning either.
Was it the witness?
Yeah, that was O'Gorman. I'm almost positive. It sounded like her.
I thought it was Khalid or something like that.
I don't think so. I could be mistaken. But that was wild.
That was crazy.
You guys tell us in the chat, who do you think called order?
Well, let's you know what?
Ma'am, have a serious deficit when it comes to credibility and integrity.
Of order.
That was Shannon.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's what Dirt Farming says, Shannon.
Nothing he has said is out of bounds. You know I watch for language, and the member is pressing hard as he has the right to do. You might not like it, but this is these serious allegations, and we're not hearing a lot of answers today from CBSA. It seems that no one was in charge. So, Mr. Brock, you have the floor. I stopped the clock. I'll resume it right now.
Yeah, sounded like the clapping seal for sure. Goko Donnie with a $5 super chat. Go Brock, go.
Yeah, go Brock, go.
And it's good to see that Williamson is seeing what we're saying, that it doesn't seem like O'Gorman knows anything. And why don't you? You're the president. That's your job to know this crap. You're the one coming to committee. You need to have the answers.
Well, that's why you make the big bucks, right?
And it's in her interest to have all these answers, so it makes her look like the competent president, so she can, avoid any problems.
Well, that's it. If you have some people in your organization being criminal, doing something wrong, doing something criminal, are you going to want to sit there and be like, well, I don't know, we tried this and that and whatever, and be really deceitful? Or are you going to want to be like, we fired those 2 guys, and this is all the investigation that we did, and this is everything that we found, and here's everything. We're being completely transparent. I'd want to be the second one.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree, because it just makes you, it puts you in the positive light. Ryan Poplinski with a $2.79 super chat. Typo, provocative equals proactive. Well, why don't you be proactively provocative?
There you go.
There you go. And we have Robert McFallon with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. My bet is Firth has already fled the country, likely on Trudeau's private jet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Trudeau's planes never work, remember? He's probably sitting on the plane, but it's not running anywhere. Daniel with a 279 super chat. Can we say ouch? Yes, you can say ouch as many times as you want, because I'm sure she's feeling it. And a member comment from Katie Cat, curious about allegations towards Dalian and Cordex. Their names have disappeared from committee. Their business has disappeared.
Yeah, from what
their
we've
building
heard,
is being sold.
They've shuttered the shop and they're trying to sell it. And I don't know if they've completely disappeared from committee, though. I'm wondering if they're just kind of on the back burner for now. We'll hear about them soon.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll see.
Ms. O'Gorman, in relation to a question put to you by my Liberal colleagues, you said, who picked GC Strategies is still an unknown entity for well over a year. It's just hanging in the air. I guess you forgot about ATIP request number A-2022-27196, which asked for summary request records from November 1st to November 16th of notes, emails, and texts sent or received by Aaron O'Gorman, Ted Gallivan, Jonathan Moore, and Kelly Belanger related to either the ArriveCan app or their November 14th, 2022 appearance at Government Operations Committee, including any discussions following the meeting. Based on that response, you as President and Vice Presidents Mindone and Kelly Belanger approved a briefing preparatory package that provides, wait for it, a direct response to the question, who chose GC Strategies for ArriveCan? And lo and behold, on Annex A of the ATIP, as supplied by someone in your department, presumably you, who made the decision to contract GC Strategies? My office made the decision to pursue the contract with GC Strategies. The two proposals for the work were presented to the CIO and President, and the decision was made to proceed with GC Strategies as their proposal and approach aligned with what the CBSA was looking for, particularly rapid staff augmentation.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I would not want to cross Larry Brock.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I would not want to be sitting opposite him right now.
Game over.
Yeah.
Yeah, you lying to committee, that's not good. And what is she going to say? Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. And here's the other thing, folks. So this kind of dispels the myth that it was all Cameron McDonald and Utano. So this moves everything up a level, right? If this response is saying the president and the CIO made the decision to go with GC Strategies, then all of this moves up a level. So we'll see what happens. Go Downey with a $5 super chat. There ain't enough water in all of the Great Lakes to cool that burn.
Very nice.
What were you going to say, Fox?
I was going to say that if she's caught lying, in committee, you're not typically sworn in. Last time we saw Mindone, he was sworn in, but you're not typically sworn in. However, you are required to tell the truth.
It could be a breach of privilege.
Right, that's right. It's a breach of parliamentary privilege if you are caught lying.
Dang. Oh, this is not going to go well.
The Deloitte proposal was a managed service using their cloud instance. This would have involved additional risk and did not align with our direction to build cloud mob competencies within the agency. Why are you lying to committee?
Wow.
Just 1 second. Yeah. Mr. Brock, you were very good there. You and others know I do not condone that language, nor do we condone that in the House. I would ask all members to direct tough questions at the witnesses and to use parliamentary language, even though that not every person at this table is a parliamentarian. Ms. Gorman, you have the floor, and I apologize for that. Over to you, please.
Thank you, because I would like to confirm the allegations are not against me. This is not the first time that I have been accused of that. I have told the truth, and I continue to tell the truth. And so I'm not sure what document you're referencing. I don't know that it was approved by me. And the reference to my office, I wasn't in the position when GC Strategies was
The former president, Mr. John Osowski. You can't escape liability and responsibility, ma'am. This is a document that was supplied by the CBSA in relation to an ATIP. Did you or anyone in your office share the results with the Auditor General as to who picked GC strategies?
So I would have to look at that document to understand what it is in reference to.
Perhaps you lost this document as well, just like the rest of the documents.
We released it under ATIP, and I don't know who the MI is that you're referencing there. I
Okay, I'm
wasn't
gonna
at
move on, ma'am.
CBSA when the decision was taken about GC
I'm
strategies.
going to move on
and
because
we-
the record is clear, the documentation is clear, so let's end this charade as to who picked GC strategies. It was John Osowski in the role of the former president and Min Doan. It had nothing to do with Mr. McDonald or Mr. Utano. I know you'd like to blame them because they cast blame on you and were pointing fingers. But this net of suspicion is
order.
much larger than the two individuals.
Mr. Brock, just one sec, please. Yes.
Yeah,
Ms.
Chair, this is not a court of law. This is
not a
not, we are
point
not
of order.
investigating
Ms. Shannon,
individuals.
this is a parliamentary committee.
Shannon, again?
Oh yeah, yeah. The clapping seal. That's why she's there. She just claps and doesn't really contribute anything of value. Jason Abbey with a $2 super chat. Allison is one of the 48 needed, and she subscribed. Excellent.
Awesome.
Randy with a $5 super chat. You're first on the live stream. Thank you so much for that, Randy. We appreciate every single one that we get. Crash78. I think I referred to that before with your 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Hunsford with a $2 super chat. Finish her!
Yeah.
From Mortal Kombat. And Milady Loves Cats with a $5 super chat. The tires on the bus are being checked for air pressure. Yeah, and they just need to back it up a few times. Peter H with a $2 super chat. Brock, you like a hurricane. There you go. Here I am! Anyone, I like me some good Scorpion sometimes. And I think that is everything.
Did we thank Crash 78 with the 10?
I did.
Awesome.
I may have even done it twice because I appreciated it so much. Thank
There
you
you
very
go.
much, Crash. But yeah, all hell's breaking loose now. This is not a court of law. No, it's committee where we're trying to get the truth. Now shut up.
Mr. Brock's questions are direct, but certainly within the bounds of acceptable questions. I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Brock. I'm starting the clock again. You have about 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Your reports to the RCMP about potential criminality only relates to Mr. McDonald and Mr. Utano. Is that correct?
That's not correct, and it is not correct
Who
to
else?
say...
Who else, ma'am?
Mr.
Who
Chair,
else?
may
This
I...
is my
may-
time, Ms. O'Gorman. This is my time. Who else did you identify to the RCMP besides McDonald and Utano?
Chair, point of order. Does that not compromise RCMP investigations?
No, it does not.
Amazing. Look at the look on his face. I love it.
Oh my.
Beautiful.
Oh my. I was wondering how this would go tonight, but holy.
Amazing.
Look at the look of lucridity on Brock's face.
Even Janice is like, dude, WTF.
Like, Shannon, who's the lawyer here? I'm a liar!
Except Brock is actually a good one.
Like, oh my goodness. Like, look at the look on Brock's face. She's just like, shut up. You have no idea what you're talking about. Sit down and let the lawyers talk. Like, jeez.
Amazing.
You'd think a former Crown prosecutor would understand what would and would not compromise an RCMP investigation.
One would hope.
Like, geez. Wow. Okay, let's see how this goes.
Miss O'Gorman is here to answer questions, and she will do so.
This is out of bounds.
It is not out of bounds. These are committee questions, and we have great latitude to ask questions on Parliament Hill, and witnesses will answer the questions to the best of their ability. Ms. O'Gorman, you have the floor, please.
Blame anything on me, and
You said you were lying, ma'am.
he did
That
not
committee.
say that.
Yes, he
That
did.
is not true.
He did.
The question was put to him whether a series of individuals he felt were being honest, and to my name, he said, I wouldn't think so. I don't know what he was referring to. He provided no more information.
So now can you answer my question?
He did not say that.
Who else did you identify?
So I did not identify
ma'am?
anybody to the RCMP. The CBSA received allegations from Bottler that were serious enough
You told
for
me earlier at committee that you referred the matter to the RCMP.
I'm answering the question.
You
I'm
told
answering
me
your
earlier
question.
at committee, man, this is my time. You told committee earlier that you referred the matter to the RCMP. Did you simply furnish the Bottler allegation to the RCMP, or did you ask the RCMP to investigate Mr. McDonald and Mr. Utano
Thank you,
at the
Mr. Brock.
exclusion of anybody
We will hear
else?
from Mrs. O'Gorman, please. You have the floor for a brief answer.
So I launched an internal investigation, and the investigators provided that information to the RCMP.
Thank you very much. Next.
What? That doesn't make sense now. She said, okay, so she's... Oh, the Conservatives are going to have a field day with her, man. Initially, unless I'm incorrect in my memory, she had said that when she received the allegations from Bottler, it was immediately turned over to the RCMP for investigation. Like, am I misremembering something here? That's what I remember them saying. That's what I remember Bottler saying. That's what I remember, like, everybody saying. She just changed the story there. Because Brock was coming at her saying, you said you referred this to the RCMP. What did you tell them? And now she's saying, I didn't turn it over to the RCMP. She's saying she started an investigation. Okay, let's go back to Mr. Shoulderpads. So if she actually did that, Mr. Shoulderpads says, well, you know, it takes 45 days for the first phase of the investigation to be completed. Well, if that's the case, then she didn't turn it over to the RCMP in the fall of 2022. It would have been the winter of 2023, because that would have taken them into December, January. So now there's a complete inconsistency there. Okay, so other people are validating that my memory isn't out to lunch here. So, yeah, it's so weird. Like, what? She came in after the fact. What's going on here? Unless she's there to shield the minister and shield other people. I don't know.
Next, we have Ms. Bradford for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the witnesses. I appreciate the Auditor General and her team and this very challenging report. It's a challenging report for two reasons. One, because of its findings, and one, that it actually raises more questions than it answers due to the incomplete and unclear records and processes that were being practiced at the time. So I'm particularly glad that the CBSA is here to hopefully provide some answers. So just to start with, I just wondered, Ms. O'Gorman, if you could tell us why the CBSA disregarded Public Services and Procurement Canada's recommendations about the use of competitive contracts.
I can tell you that under my leadership, CBSA will not disregard PSPC's advice and concerns. Why that may have happened, I don't know.
Also, I wonder if you have any insight as to why CBSA awarded a non-competitive professional services contract to 49 Solutions after the firm sent in an unsolicited proposal. Why would that proposal be accepted?
Let me guess. I don't know.
So again, that's part of what we're looking at. I will say, I know that from my previous job at the Treasury Board Secretariat, at the beginning of the pandemic, industry provided many departments with unsolicited proposals in an effort to be helpful. Perhaps some of those were for personal gain. I think a lot of them were for public service. The contract you cite, I don't know if that was an effort to be helpful and it was in response to something that the CBSA needed at the time, or if it was something different.
We're back to, I don't know, I wasn't there. Well, you're there now, lady. And you're at committee. Don't come to committee without answers. Gokodani with a $2 super chat. Kelly is present, so the lefties... Do the lefties not know that, right? Like he's literally there. Dandaman966 with a $2 super chat. The Brock just laid the Brock bottom.
Very nice.
Gokodani with a $2 super chat. Garnet's face tells it all. Yes, it does. Peter Witten with a $5 super chat. If she comes back with "you can't handle the truth," she will put Jack Nicholson to shame. Thanks for these few good men and women beauty. Yeah. Yeah, if only they would arrest her right on the stand, right? But not today.
Yeah, I don't think they do that in committee, unfortunately.
No.
Getting back to the use of a non-competitive process, I expect, or we've heard that it was, this is time sensitive, we have to get moving on this. But then it took between 12 to 63 calendar days from the day Public Services and Procurement received the agency's request to the day the contract was rewarded. 63 calendar days would have allowed a competitive process. Do you have any inkling why it would take that long to award a contract?
No, and I think that question would be better posed to the Public Service and Procurement. But I think what's behind your question is, given that time, why wasn't a competitive process launched?
Right.
And I think that's a very good question as we look at the rationale for sole source contracts versus competitive.
Okay, so if I'm the Conservatives, I've had it with this lady. We don't know. You've been doing an investigation for over a year. Why don't you know anything? Like, if I'm coming in as president and I'm in for a couple of months, because she had joined in the summer of 2022, if I'm coming in for a couple of months and what lands on my desk is this email from this external organization saying there's all of this crap going on, because Butler was pretty comprehensive when they put this email together in this report, I'm thinking as the president, what the hell is going on? Okay, I need to have a meeting with the minister. I need to start my own investigation, and I need to get to the bottom of this right now. And that's what my main priority is going to be. And after a year, you don't know the basic answers to some of these questions. Not good enough. And all it does, O'Gorman, is call your credibility into question. Never mind, the answers that ring untrue. Like even earlier when she said, I didn't, McDonald never said I was lying. He said, in response to, if I was being honest, that, what did she say? It was something to the effect of, but he called it into question, which is the same thing. So she can skirt it around it all she wants. But she's a terrible witness, and you can't help but say, okay, what else are you doing, O'Gorman? Because you don't know anything. And why is that? Are you just as incompetent as Justin Trudeau? Probably. Because that's the way you're presenting yourself. Or you're incompetent and complicit with this. That's a definite maybe. Daphne Devine with a $10 super chat. Something about that redhead screams crooked as all get out. As all hell, yeah. It's... I don't disagree, Daphne. This is insane.
Right. Okay, and I realize, and that's why it would be advantageous to have some of these other agencies that were willing to appear today be here so that we could ask the appropriate questions to the appropriate witnesses. So I apologize for that.
She should have these answers.
Now, I don't think there's any question that the ArriveCan app was necessary at the time to expedite, handling and processing people's travel documents at a very unique time. However, it's still always very important to ensure that we get value for money spent for the taxpayers' dollars. And I think one of the items identified was, so clearly, Canada Border Services Agency didn't feel that they had the internal capability to develop this app, which is understandable. They're not app developers. But I'm just wondering why they continue to rely on external contract people that were very expensive once the app was developed, rather than turning it over and using internal resources. Do you have any insight as to why that's the case?
I'll say a couple of words, if I may, and then turn it over to the Chief Information Officer for CBSA. There's, I think, three types of resources. One, very specialized, that CBSA, frankly, doesn't need to hire permanently. Two, people that are very hard to recruit. And then three, people who are just in the habit of continuing to do work, and that CBSA at some point ought to have said, we need a plan to convert these functions into our staff, that we need them for long enough, that we need to do that. So there's a few different types of resources. I think what we found is there was an absence of a plan, of an off-ramp plan, but those resources continued to be used, and I'll turn it over to Daryl.
So I've only been in the public service for 10 months, so I can't comment specifically about what happened before that. However, what appears to have happened is that contractors did come in, and they weren't necessarily used as effectively as they could be. Which what I mean is contractors can provide a very valuable service from a staff augmentation, but they also tend to be more effective when you cross-train your own staff. And then when the project's done, the contractors go away. What appears to have happened is that didn't happen. Secondly, and I think Catherine Luello has previously testified before this committee or OGO, there's a massive shortage of tech talent in Canada. It is extremely hard to attract and retain, and that's both private industry and in government. And so we really do struggle. At one point, we had 200 and some open positions in CBC alone, and there's thousands across government for the new cutting-edge skill set. So it is very difficult to attract. And I think it's those combination of things.
Thank you.
Then honestly,
Mr.
there's just
I'm going to pause you there. We're well over the time, but I'm sure we'll come back to you for additional answers shortly. Maintenant, si Madame Secrétaire de gagner, vous avez parole pour seulement 2 minutes 30.
Right. Welcome to the public service.
2.5 minutes. I'd like to come back to my questions to Ms. O'Gorman. In the 19 months that you've been at the head of the organization, can you tell us concretely what you've done to clean up in the agency? I'd really, really like to hear from you on that. How many employees were disciplined? Give us some information, some data on which we can depend. Well, I'm not sure that we needed that cleanup.
The employees of CBSA are working every day at the front line. Votre question touche sur les questions de discipline.
Your questions deal with discipline, I think, and every year, each year, we have approximately a dozen or so, 15 perhaps, inquiries that we pursue in our organization.
When they're founded, action can be taken, including discipline, retraining.
Là, vous parlez d'harcèlement de manière générale, là.
Are you talking about harassment, one employee harassing another, or but Mr. Sabourin described a problem of reprehensible acts, which looks like perhaps generalized corruption in the agency. So, no.
Misconduct
Oui, mais je parle pas d'harcèlement, moi, donc
no.
I'm not talking about harassment particularly.
Investigations.
D'accord, mais là, on parle, par exemple, de collusion.
Okay, collusion with businesses in the provision of contracts, for example. Or there are companies that forge signatures. There have been RCMP inquiries on that at different levels. Failure to follow procedures, that's the first thing. collusion with businesses, offering, exchanging gifts. There's a lot of people at the CBSA that are involved in that. Not only the two people who were suspended or fired, but you're telling me concretely that there's not really any agency, no problems at the agency.
That we have, in any given year, dozens of misconduct allegations that are investigated. Many of those are founded and discipline is taken. I would say I don't know that there are many employees implicated in receiving gifts from contractors. I don't believe that there are as many. I can't give you an exact number. And also, I would point to the Public Service Disclosure Protection Act for those people who fear reprisal and want to make an allegation. There is a separate body that people can go to that itself can investigate any department and to protect the people that go with the allegations.
Thank you very much. Now turning to Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes, please.
It's interesting that she keeps switching languages. I think it's very intentional, depending on the questioning she's getting. But I don't know. It's just it's so frustrating because you miss words as the translator stops and the audio changes. It's just. She's a terrible witness. What can you say? Pam PD with a $2 super chat. It wasn't me. Yeah, pretty much. She probably listens to that song a lot. Mr. Roscoe Pico with a $5 super chat. Does the CBSA also take care of the shipping containers leaving Canada full of stolen cars to other countries? Yes, they do.
Absolutely, they do. And what did the Liberals do? Instead of cracking down on the CBSA and saying, why aren't you doing your job? They just threw more money at them.
Right? Said, here's money. Congrats.
Yeah, they just sent them $28 million aimed at tackling vehicle theft. But again, what does money do? Just figure out your process. It's a process problem.
Yeah.
I think they scan something like less than 1% of the shipping containers that leave this country. It's kind of done on the honor system. And when you've got thieves abusing that honor system, you can't use the honor system anymore.
Yeah, guess what's going to happen? Randy with a $5 super chat. Each Liberal sounds like they choke on the term taxpayer dollars when they have to say it out loud because they know people are watching. Yeah, it almost seems like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, and they have zero respect for the taxpayer dollars. Is probably why they choke on those words.
Yeah, because they don't view it like they don't view the money responsibly. They don't view it as their money. They just view it as, fake money almost.
No, they view it as a never-ending supply of money. That's the problem.
Pretty much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do want to follow up on the nature of how these contracts were entered into. I think there's lessons learned there as to how not only CBSA falls victim, and in this case Canadians fall victim to such an atrocity, but how it happens throughout the decades. Canadians know that this happens. They know that it's happened through Phoenix Pay System. They know that these contracts can become huge, and they know that it hurts the public service at the end of the day. The information officer just made mention that talent, for example, for information systems technology in Canada is very hard to come by. It's very difficult, it's competitive, and you pay a lot of money for it. The civil service at some points, and we had testimony in this committee before, to the effect that when we had those skilled experts, we found that there was a reduction of them throughout a period of time. And that reduction has now largely fed them into the private system where they can now come back and say, you need us more than we need you. And then we see these really stiff penalties and stiff requirements to be forced to work with them. This dependency is the issue in my mind. This rot at the core of the system is that we've so dramatically underfunded our civil service that we are now forced into a dependency situation where we are now vulnerable to companies like GC Strategies that used an opportunity to take more and more and more, in addition to a massive failure of our public service to report and to be agile enough on making sure there was enough reporting to have made this picture that we're talking about today far clearer.
Did he say we underfund our public service?
Yeah, what a very stupid thing to say. Maybe what he means, but I doubt it because he's NDP, because in his mind, the public service should be infinite. Everybody should be in the public service, and let's just spend tons of money on it because, again, he's NDP. It's not underfunded. What you can say is that the 40% increase in the public service that Trudeau actually, created is you probably didn't invest in the right areas. So As it is, the public service is far too large. But
and I think the public service, at least in my experience having to deal with like Service Canada and stuff, you get people who are like, well, that's not my job. That's so-and-so's job. And they're on vacation for 3 weeks. Like stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you're wasting money because you're giving people, like, I guess, too much latitude to go, oh, that's not my job.
And one of the biggest problems with the public service is the actual union that runs it.
Yeah, PSAC.
Like, they are so corrupt. They are so vindictive. And, like, one of the reasons why they can't hire anybody is because they also control all the wages.
Listless Receptionist said it well. It's a bloated monster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, there's a reason. There's a perception that private can do everything better than government. And it's because government is, it's the Titanic. And it's this massive thing that can't get anything done because it trips over itself and it just is constantly sinking.
Well, with government, again, it is unionized, and a lot of them are like, well, I won't lose my job, if I slack off, if I do this, if I do that.
Well, and you see it. You see all the problem people. Like, look, people are disciplined. They're not fired.
Are they even disciplined, though?
Well, that's the question. What does that even mean?
Look at Cameron McDonald and Anthony Nutana were able to rob the taxpayers blind for how many years? And they didn't get caught or fired until now?
Yeah, and even what she's O'Gorman was saying about that whistleblower getting reprisal. Oh well, employees were disciplined. What? You could say that they were removed from their position. You don't have to say who they are, but you can say what you did. So obviously, nothing really significant happened to them.
And I mean, that's not to say that everybody who's a public servant is just lazy and awful, but I think there is a general perception from the public that the public service as a whole is just bloated and doesn't get the job done and is lazy.
Well, and you have a job for every single type of person in there. Like, because again, that's the way this is set up, and it's a combination of the union and it's a combination of the way the government runs, and it is so inefficient, and it's just, again, it's disgusting how much our taxpayer dollars are wasted. And Daniel with a 279 super chat relevant to this. Too many silos in the public service. 100%.
That is the truth in my perspective, and that's one that we need to get to the bottom of, absent of an RCMP investigation, which I think is warranted and required in this work. We're here today to discuss the findings of this audit, which are largely the issues of the public service and not reporting it. So now back to how these contracts get signed. The 3 non-competitive contracts. The Auditor General has made mention that those contracts were entered into and likely, in my perspective, influenced by gifts, events, and dinners. Those events, gifts, and dinners were not reported to the CBSA. Is that correct? Maybe to the Auditor General.
So we didn't see any evidence that employees who were invited to events reported to their supervisor. It doesn't mean it didn't happen verbally, but there was no documented evidence, and I would have expected to see that so that a supervisor could have put in mitigating measures if needed to ensure that that there wasn't an appearance or a real conflict of interest in a procurement process.
And so that conflict now is very real.
Very briefly, Mr. Desjardins.
Okay, sure.
Very briefly.
To the last contract now, the contract that was competitive. How is it that, given the criticism of those former contracts and that they received those contracts, how are they eligible for a contract, especially influencing that contract the way they did? We have evidence of that.
All I can say is I don't believe that evidence was available at the time the contract was competed.
Thank you very much. Turning now to Mr. Genuis, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Paragraph 1.56 of the report says, we found that GC Strategies was involved in the development of the requirements that the Canada Border Services Agency ultimately included in the request for proposal. So that means that GC Strategies sat down with people in the government, worked out aspects of the nature of the requirements which GC Strategies bid on and then got.
The Conservatives are very aware the Canadians are watching them. There's no reason for Mr. Genuis to explain that to anybody that's sitting in that room. He's doing it for the benefit of Canadians. So they're very aware that we are all watching them. And tens of thousands and hopefully millions of Canadians are actually watching this.
That means the process was rigged. So, Ms. O'Gorman, can you tell us why the process was rigged in favor of GC Strategies?
So I wasn't there at the time. I think what you set out is what the evidence is demonstrating. And in terms of the motivation, I don't have enough information to speak to that.
Okay, so you agree the process was rigged, but you don't know why it was rigged. Is that what you're telling us?
I'm telling you that the collaboration that you're referring to appears to have taken place and is absolutely inappropriate.
Would you describe that as rigging the process, though? I mean, it pretty clearly is, but I just want to hear it from you. Would you describe that as rigging the process?
So the fact that there was one bidder and that bidder collaborated, I would agree that the odds were stacked in their favor. That being said, I don't have any information as to the motivation for that. So I can't speak to it, and I wasn't at the agency when that happened.
When did you first find out about that?
I believe it was in the information that was part of the investigation, but I can't tell you exactly when I found out about it.
That's a big thing to not remember when you first knew that.
How convenient.
Like, I'm sorry. If you're the president, that should be shocking. That should be utterly shocking, and you should be like, oh, yeah, I was shocked when I heard that, and I found that out last summer. I found that out 2 months ago. I found that out last week. There's something up with this lady.
We'll circle back to that. Paragraph 1.42 highlights inappropriate invitations and gifts from vendors. Did you ever receive or were you offered invitations or gifts from ArriveCan vendors?
No.
Was the former president?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Because she's lying.
Oh my goodness.
That's the only plausible excuse I can think of.
Again, her own she has no excuse here, folks. She keeps blustering on about this internal investigation that CBSA has been taking. That's what she's been using as a shield to say, we're taking this seriously. Why don't you know? Gokodani with a $5 super chat. Does she not know that she's handing her anchors? Does she not know that he's handing her anchors? This is setting up for round 2 with Kelly and Brock. Yeah, I completely agree. And she doesn't.
Did you ask anyone if the former president had?
No.
Did Mr. Doan?
I don't know. I'm letting the
Did you ask?
investigation that's underway take its course. I am
Okay, so
not stepping in front of it, and I'm not carrying out my own investigation. I'm relying on my security team and investigators to follow up on these issues.
So I want to follow up on the issue of the internal investigation report, and I think I know what is happening on the government end, in that the government has tried to invest a lot of focus on this internal investigation. But the internal investigation is not an independent process. We had the independent investigator here who confirmed as much. He confirmed that his role involves reporting to, being subject to, in a general sense for his employment, people who may themselves be the subject of suspicion. We've talked about rigged processes, and we've got a situation where the investigation into the rigged process also looks rigged, insofar as the investigator is not independent and is subject, in their position, to decisions of their superiors within the department. So how can Canadians have any faith in a rigged investigation into a rigged process, and why not have an external, truly independent investigator?
It's a great question, Mr. Genuous. Vesper Digital with a $20 super chat. Good to see you. What I hate is that everyone in that room is being paid by taxpayers to discover why taxpayers have been defrauded. I'm sorry, that eats at me. I know it's necessary, but it kills me. All these meetings, our money. Yeah, there's a lot of money sitting in that room. The good news is it's salary, so they're not being paid overtime, but they could be doing a lot more productive things than looking into this ArriveCan process, and I think that's the point. Peter G with a $2 super chat. She is armed with a golden shovel and a shit shield. Jeez.
Mr. Chair, I'm not aware that I am under investigation. The investigation is being carried out under my authority as a deputy head. And in order to carry out my authorities, I need an investigative arm. All large departments have an investigative team.
If in the process of these inquiries, you or your predecessor or others in senior positions around you were to be subject to suspicion, and we know there's suspicion insofar as people have come before this committee and said that you've been dishonest to this committee, surely an investigator who is subject to your authority would be constrained in fully pursuing those allegations. Wouldn't you agree?
Mr. Chair, it's unclear why this is being made about me. I am not my predecessor. I am in this job now.
Well, Mr. McDonald told this
happened,
committee that you were not being honest and forthright. So you might disagree with that, but that is an allegation against you.
Just one second, Mr. Genuis.
Mr. Genuis forgets where.
No, I don't think he does.
I think you forget where we are.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. There's some shots fired here. Mr. Genuis forgets where he is, and then Genuis fired back. No, I think you forget where we are. And this is what I mean. This is raw. This is where you see the work happening, and people's tempers go, and you get to see how people actually are. Lionel de Grand Prix, intestinal yoga equals verbal diarrhea on full display for the $2 super chat. Well done. That's a great super chat. But yeah, so the problem is O'Gorman just needs to be honest here. Maybe that's difficult. If her office, meaning her predecessor, was under investigation from her own investigator, how can you rely on the outcome of that to be independent? That's the question. And it's a reasonable question. And she's like, well, I don't know why this is about me. Because you've had people made allegations that you are being untruthful. So, and if they provided evidence to show that you're being untruthful, then yeah, you should be part of the investigation. You're technically part of the committee investigation. You're literally here. So what do you have to say?
In operations or something
else. If you could be specific about committees, I believe those testimony was made in Ilgo. You have about 10 seconds for a brief question, and then we'll hear an answer from Ms. O'Gorman.
The report identifies that there were 10,000 Canadians falsely, inappropriately sent into quarantine by one out of the 177 versions of the app. What is the total number of people who were sent into quarantine by this app who shouldn't have been?
Thank you.
You should have that answer.
10,200 were given a false notification that they should have been quarantined when they weren't actually needed to be quarantined.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Chen, and I have a note here that you're splitting your time. Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you want me to notify at 3 minutes, or will you do the tee off?
I'll do the tee off.
Perfect. Just want to make sure. Thank you. Over to you. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. O'Gorman rightfully stated today that CBSA personnel work very hard on the front lines.
Oh my God, here we go.
We know them when we cross the borders. We know that they do everything they can to keep Canadians safe, to protect this country. And today, we are talking about an issue that is tarnishing each and every one of those workers, that is tarnishing the department, that is disappointing Canadians, because seeing this report from the Auditor General, I personally am utterly disappointed. It is mind-blowing what has happened here. At a time, especially when Canadians are grappling with the high cost of living, we are facing unprecedented inflation. The AG has found, quote, a glaring disregard for basic management and contracting practices with respect to ArriveCan, this $59.5 million project that even the AG has indicated she is unclear about whether that is the true and accurate number.
Yeah. How do you feel that you voted against this audit in the first place? You stupid liberals. I have no patience for these guys that are now coming out and saying, oh my God, this is so shocking. Then why did you vote against it, you idiot? Pardon my irritation. Marie Perrin with a $5 super chat. Should she not have looked at the files when she knew of the investigation, the files of her predecessor?
One would think.
Well, they're given access. That's typical in any organization. When a president takes over, guess what? They're given access to the email box and the files of the outgoing president. And that's to try to allow for a smooth transition. So she would have had all that. Vesper Digital with a $5 super chat. I swear these last 400 meetings on this issue have felt like a game of hot potato. Since when did this become a Sherlock Holmes mystery? Well, since Trudeau got in office, I guess. There's no end to the frustration when the Liberals start speaking.
Ms. O'Gorman, things have been said today about your role. You have indicated that you were not your predecessor. What would you like to say to this committee, to the Canadians that are watching, in terms of what next steps you're going to take to make sure that there is accountability, that this will be properly investigated, that we will have answers to the questions that have been put forward today? What do you plan to do next?
It's just wasting time.
Thank you.
Damage control.
I share your disappointment.
Okay.
I share your disappointment because from my previous position, I saw the people of CBSA working very hard to try and make the border work during the pandemic and allow commercial goods to come in and manage the border in a way that avoided it being clogged up and an impact on the economy. That being said, as I said, I share your disappointment that there is such a lack of documentation. If that documentation extended 6 months after the beginning of the pandemic, I would feel much more comfortable being here to defend that and explain that. But what didn't happen was a recognition that this is going to go on for more than 6 months. We need to stop. We need to regroup. We need to set a budget. We need to understand how we're going to keep going at this pace. And the pace was...
No, sorry. No. You would have been fine with 6 months absent documentation. It's taxpayer money.
Yeah, but again, these guys don't care. And that's the horrible, I don't want to call it tragedy. I mean, it is a tragedy for us, but it's more than that. It makes you angry. You know, it's the horrible situation that we're in with these people of the CBSA especially, that, oh, we don't have records for this and that. And the Auditor General couldn't even complete a report. She said it costs at least $60 million because she doesn't have all the paperwork. Like, this is just infuriating is a good word.
Well, and here's the thing. Conservative MPs, take note, because as a result of all of these committees and all these investigations, you have no justification at all when you come into power to plead ignorance or to justify any waste of any taxpayer money. There is zero, because the Liberals are giving you all of the lessons that you need in order to avoid wasting taxpayer money. I don't care if it's $1. You better be paying attention. I have all the hope in the world for you, but you better be paying attention, because if you guys end up doing things like this, this will be a field day compared to that, because you know better.
Significant. The public health measures were changing on a fairly regular basis. That had to be coded in, that had to be released, officers had to be trained, a lot of things had to happen. So As we've said, the lack of documentation is difficult to understand as it extends over that amount of time. I have a management response plan that I have developed with the team in response to both the Auditor General's audit and the procurement ombuds. I have an audit underway. We have made some significant changes. The fact that we are approving contracts at a committee is probably a belt and suspenders. It shouldn't be that a committee is required to oversee decisions that are in people's proper authority. We're going to keep that in place until we have some comfort that the controls are in place, that people understand their roles and responsibilities. As the Auditor General pointed out, I think yesterday, a lot of the recommendations are variations of following the rules. And I will agree with her that the department can do better than that.
This is what happens when you don't fire people.
Well, they poison the whole department. Sometimes even the whole job site. Like,
yeah, it's like, okay, well, so because we can't fire people, we have to put in more process to ensure that the people that are committing misconduct are actually doing their job. Ladies and gentlemen, the Canadian government in action.
yeah, but not only that, it's when people who are doing a good job see these people not doing their jobs, or slacking off, they're committing crimes, or doing whatever.
Well, and they're like, why do I bother?
Yeah, exactly. And that's how it poisons a workplace.
420 hitter with a $2 super chat. I hope he gives his time to Brock. I'm not sure if you're talking about Genuous or somebody else. Daphne Devine with a $10 super chat. Where's our money? No more meetings till you repay what you laundered. Wouldn't that be nice?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and 420 hitter with a $2 super chat. Don't do what Justin Trudeau does. Yeah.
Thank you. To the Auditor General, we have heard that there was a challenge in the department. They were facing an unprecedented situation. Canadians know that we had a COVID-19 emergency. In your performance audit, to what extent did you determine that the emergency that we faced as a country justified the shortcomings?
Well, and I've made it in my remarks in my opening statement, and I still stand by them, that an emergency was not a reason to avoid the most basic processes that should have been there to demonstrate due diligence and accountability to Canadians. I do recognize that it was a difficult time, but we have looked at other contracts and other procurements throughout the pandemic. And while there were definitely rules that were relaxed and all the hoops weren't jumped through, there was time taken to at least document key important decisions and be able to still be accountable to Canadians. And that's all I would have expected to see here from the processes around ArriveCan.
So we still need answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm afraid you've left 15 seconds for your partner. So you can ask a lightning question if you like.
I just wanted to say thank you to the Auditor General for your tremendous work, to you and your team for shining a light on the serious breach of controls and breach of code of conduct. So thank you very much for your tremendous work here.
Thank you. Turn now to Mr. Barrett. You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Ms. O'Gorman, my questions are for you because the Auditor General has said that your department is responsible for ArriveCan. Canadians need to be able to have confidence in their public institutions. The work that CBSA does is incredibly important. Border service officers are the frontline defense for our country for so many different threats, and the importance of their work, it can't be overstated. So the questions to the head of the CBSA are important so that we can have an understanding of if our confidence as Canadians is well placed, because we've seen, and you've said that much of what's happened was not under your leadership, but an evaluation of what's gone on and what is going on at the CBSA is important. When did you find out the total amount of the contracted work that was given to GC Strategies by CBSA for ArriveCan? When did you find out?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't have a date for that. Last fall, as we were gathering information in response to various questions and in response to my questions to understand when it was clear that there was an accountability that had to be given for ArriveCan. I don't have a date
Okay.
that I received that information.
So this week, the Auditor General has reported a number in excess of $19 million to GC Strategies. When you've appeared at committee, the other number offered by parliamentarians in questioning to you was about $11 million. But CBSA never corrected parliamentarians or offered that number was incorrect in verbal or written submissions. Why is it that the number that the Auditor General is offering this week in excess of $19 million is not the number that CBSA officials, including yourself, gave to committee in their testimony at numerous appearances across numerous committees?
This is a phenomenally excellent question. And he trapped her with the first question. And I imagine all of you are following right along, and you all know exactly where the trap is. But just in case anybody is looking at this for the first time, or subsequent to this live stream, there'll be people that are watching it tomorrow. So he asked her, when did you find out the full amount, the $20 million, 19 and change, was paid to GC Strategy? She said, I don't have a date, but it was last fall. Okay.
Is that not concerning?
Well, let's just say thank you for that answer. His next question, and this is the problem, and this validates the concern about her testimony, is why, whenever this number was offered, did you never correct it? Why is that?
Oh, because they kept saying 11 million in committee.
Correct.
Ah.
And what this also does is this validates the concern over her visiting the Prime Minister's office before testimony. So what this creates, and this is going to be a big problem, is it creates the perception, and I think a valid one, that elected officials are interfering in testimony because they're telling her what to say. Why? To mitigate the damage to the Liberal government. So she is being pinned in so many corners, and it's going to be a big problem.
So the information on the costs for ArriveCan that included contracting costs were built with the information that we had at the time. And they related to the health measures of the ArriveCan app and more broadly supporting material, funding to SSC and so on. The Auditor General has looked at the app, including after the health measures were removed from the app and it was used for the advanced declaration function.
No, you're not going to get away
our
from
scope and our
that.
timelines are
Nope.
different. I provided the best information that I had at the time. Our contracts are also published proactively, so there was no attempt to obscure GC Strategies contracts.
I think that the problem that we have here is that the work that GC Strategies has done has only really been brought to light through the work of the Auditor General. That work includes writing the contract requirements to the exclusion of other bidders. That's some of the work that they've done. And when they write a contract, who gets awarded the contract? Well, they do. And so there has been obscurity on the part of the CBSA on how the contracting process has worked and the amounts that have been given. The amounts have been revised up several times through reporting by the procurement office, by the procurement ombudsman, by the Auditor General, by the work of parliamentary committees, ATIPs. This information is not coming proactively from the CBSA every step of the way. We're pulling this out, and it seems like daylight is the last thing that the CBSA wants to shed on this. The subject of the failure to report gifts received by contractors or prospective contractors has also come to light. Have you ever been offered any gift or benefit by GC Strategies or people involved with GC Strategies personally?
No.
When did you learn about the gifts that were offered to people who work for CBSA? When did you learn about this issue?
Is the reference to the hospitality that was offered?
Yeah, the booze, the free drinks and dinners that were offered by the two guys that work out of a basement and were made multimillionaires on the backs of people who are lined up at food banks across the country in exchange for doing no work at all.
Please, Ms.
I don't have a date when I was made aware of that, but as you know, it was part of the internal investigation. It came to light as a result of the internal investigation.
Thank you very much. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor now for 5 minutes, please. Over to you.
Her credibility is gone as a witness. Like, it really, really is. And why do you even need to clarify that, O'Gorman? Oh, wait, it's so you can think of an answer to get out of it. But, you know, again, I don't have a date. You don't remember a lot of things as it relates to probably the most important investigation as it relates to your department. But you don't remember. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the witnesses for being here today. At the outset, I will say that earlier today at the Ethics Committee, members from the Conservative Party were able to ask questions of PSPC officials on this very topic, rather than the topic that is being studied at ArriveCan. And we here in public accounts are being denied that privilege to be able to have both of these officials together to ask these questions. Ms. O'Gorman, perhaps I'll start with you. Did you receive a briefing on the ArriveCan file from the former president at the time that you transitioned over?
No.
And so how did you, other than the ArriveCan, how did you transition into your role?
So I had a general briefing with the previous president, but I had briefings from the team that was supporting me when I got into the job. Thank you. And are you at all surprised by the findings in the AG's report of yesterday? I am. And I appreciate that the report only came out yesterday, but can you share any plans that the CBSA has to address these recommendations? Sure. And when I say I'm surprised, I'm not surprised entirely at what the Auditor General found, because I've been finding that. So as I understand how the department was working, the fact that there was a link from, or a path from the IT group straight into procurement at PSPC, that's not a best practice. And so as I was understanding and looking at the information that was available and wasn't available, I saw that there were issues, and I've taken action, and I will continue to take action, and the Auditor General and Procurement Ombuds have put a finer point on that. So thank you for that, and I, will echo the concern of my colleagues and the disappointment, because it really does tarnish the very, very hard work that CBSA officers on the front lines put in day in and day out to keep us safe, to keep our country moving,
light side of the Jedi Order,
to keep goods flowing through, and to providing that support to Canadians. And I think that there's a lot of work that CBSA needs to do to rebuild that public trust. So I'll ask you, Ms. O'Gorman, have you taken any steps now to try to start rebuilding that public trust? Absolutely. We will be transparent in the actions we're taking. We will report on
what? I'm sorry. We will be transparent. You guys sent a completely redacted copy of your investigation to committee.
Transparent as mud.
Wow. Hunsford with a $5 super chat. She's looking into it and making processes to remember. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Carl Brisson with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. I developed a huge administration portal for a mid-sized private company that went on for 20 years. With an ultimate team of 7 programmers, this cost the company less than 1/8 of the cost of this absurd ArriveCan app, right? And that would have been much more complex, no doubt. Vesper Design with a $10 super chat. O'Gorman sounds like a kindergarten teacher deflecting responsibility for the chaos in her school due to poor oversight or bad hiring of teachers, but it definitely is not her fault. Yeah, that's basically what she's saying. Like, yeah, everything's my fault, but it's not my fault.
What we're doing, we're committed to implementing all of this calendar year. And I would just note more broadly, and to the comments that were made, I do believe the actions of Border Service officers day in and day out are critical to maintaining that trust. And that's what they're doing.
Thank you, and I hope that that we can follow up as you build that plan to build that trust. I think it would be prudent for this committee to keep updated on that. Ms. Hogan, if I may turn to you, my colleague across the way, Mr. Brock, referred to an ATIP with respect to the former president and GC strategies. Are you aware of that document, and were you aware of that question that Mr. Brock had asked?
Yes, our team has seen that document, absolutely.
Can you describe it in the context of it? Because, I mean, we haven't seen that document ourselves.
So I have looked at it. It looks like a briefing note for a committee appearance. I'm not sure who the briefing note is. I don't know who the MI is in the statement. It appears to be someone who was going to come and testify at a committee, and I'm not aware if that appearance even occurred. I would have read the MI to be the directorate or the branch that was responsible for the implementation and development of ArriveCan. But again, that wasn't it was provided, I think, through information that a committee had. And when we started our audit, not only did we look at the records that the Canada Border Services Agency had, but we also went to parliamentary committees who had been studying this to get their information so that we could cross-reference and made sure we had a comprehensive list of documents.
Thank you. And to clarify, Ms. Hogan, do you believe that corruption is rampant in the CBSA, or is this a matter of a few bad apples, or is it just bad documentation during a difficult time? If you can provide that clarity.
What the heck? Okay, dump your girlfriend, Barnaby. The Auditor General literally said that there was collusion between GC Strategies and the CBSA. That's how they got awarded the contract in the first place. And she's saying, do you think corruption is rampant, or is it just bad documentation?
Well, she has to try to defend this as happened under her government, right? Or Trudeau's government, but the Liberal government.
Like, this is what a ludicrous question.
I'll leave the decision as to whether an action was of a criminal nature to the authority on that, which is the RCMP.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Very much. Thank you very much. Maintenant, c'est Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés encore. 2 minutes 30 secondes, s'il vous plaît.
Je dois dire que je commence.
Well, I'm being somewhat upset by what I'm hearing when the colleagues across the way are trying to minimize what is being exposed by the Auditor General's report.
Oh my God. What's the date today?
No,
February 13th.
It's almost the 14th. But it's the 13th still for 7 more minutes.
I'm in agreement with the block. Mark it on the calendar, people. But this is what I'm talking about. The opposition parties are lined up against the Liberals. And the Liberals, sounds like they're going to try and go down with the ship. Because they are just... Literally, they're standing in front of the trolley car, waiting for it to run them over.
I'm surprised more of them aren't trying to cross the aisle, knowing that their seat is going to be gone.
Mm-hmm. Hartsinger with a $5 super chat. My automatic mute club just grew by 1. More Liberal... grew by one more Liberal member, Weiner Khalid. Northern Perspective, you both are heroes for listening to it all. Thanks for all you do. Yeah,
you're welcome.
We listen to this off screen for our record episodes too. So
yeah, so on the ones that we pre-record and then release, we do you guys a favor of chopping out a bunch of Liberal blah blah blahing.
So as Maui would say, what can we say except you're welcome?
As a couple of bad apples, or because of externalities, a hard time, pandemic, that people strayed off of the conduct path. Now I know that the Auditor General says it's one of the worst reports that she's ever had to write. So to minimize the problem is it's not the right way to go. PSPC has already raised some of these. Oh no, not that. GC Strategies assisted in the drafting of one of the submissions, which cost us millions of dollars. That's collusion, no matter what you call it. And it's a huge, huge problem. Gifts being accepted, etc., without authorization or reporting. I've worked in consultancies before, and I've never in my life received a contract unless I fulfilled the terms of the tender bid. And there was more than one person involved. There was entire teams examining these submissions. And then we're looking at possible potential criminal acts here. It's not a couple of bad apples. It's a generalized attitude within the agency, which is living off the public purse. And to what point are the ministers involved? And if I would have heard this kind of story of that scope, I would have followed off weekly. I would have checked with the agency on a weekly basis. Are there consultancies going on with you?
This lady, she's on point, man. Very, very good statements. Very, very good questions. Should bring her over the Conservatives. Like very, very good and all accurate. She's being completely accurate here, and I applaud her calling this out and calling the Liberals out on this. Like, you guys are trying to minimize this, dudes. There was criminal behavior going on here, and you're trying to say this is just some documentation problems. The heck's wrong with you? So respect where it's due. The block has been very good. For those of you who haven't seen MP Vignola, who is over on OGO, she asks some pretty tough questions sometimes. And kudos to this lady here. Great questions and holding them to account. Marco Peroza with a $10 super chat question. This channel critiques Trudeau's leadership, public policy, fiscal responsibility, etc. Given its conservative stance, any criticism up here, Polyev? Well, he has to be in power for us to start to be able to do that. But in terms of his main suggestions are going to be general in respect. He isn't going to go into details until there's actually an election. But for example, one thing that I applaud that he has is he wants to implement a law that his government and other governments subsequent to his would follow, which would be a dollar for dollar, which is if you're going to find money for a federal program, then you have to be able to pay for that program, right? And that leads to a balanced budget. So that's respecting the taxpayer, and that's also it reflects his message of the fact that the government for years has been managed in a way that it doesn't respect the Canadian taxpayer. It doesn't acknowledge that all of us have our own budgets in our house, in our homes, And we have to look at money in, coming out, money coming in and money going out on a daily basis. So why shouldn't the government? So that's just one example of his fiscal approach and fiscal policy that I think we can all get behind. Now, when he comes into power, let's see. Because if he starts doing things that don't make sense, we will absolutely be critical of that. We align to platform, we don't align to party. And the minute the Conservatives start straying off of that platform, we'll be there. We're going to be paying, in a way, even closer attention to them, because they've made all of these promises, good ones, that are going to fix this country. And we're going to make damn sure that they follow up on that and are true to their word. Good question. Thank you very much, Marco.
And I have told him of my plans to fix it. So I make no assumptions about the degree to which he is not concerned about this. I think he's very concerned.
Est-ce qu'il a fait des suivis fréquents?
Has he done some follow-ups? No, I guess not. He didn't.
Minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to turn our attention to the report, section 1.51. Quote, we found that Public Service and Procurement Canada, as the government's central purchasing and contracting authority, challenged the Canada Border Service Agency for proposing and using non-competitive processes for ArriveCan and recommended various alternatives. These alternatives included running a shorter competitive process, for example, 10 days, or incorporating shorter contract periods with a non-competitive approach. Continues onto section 1.52, despite alternative options proposed by Public Service and Procurement Canada, the statements from Canada Border Service Agency officials that other vendors were capable of doing the work, the agency continued to use non-competitive approach. This is troubling, I think, to me and many Canadians to know that there was, in fact, someone who raised a red flag, and that red flag was dismissed. This is another area of serious concern for Canadians, to know that when our checks and balances are, in fact, present, that there's an ability even for CBSA to have waived these requirements or waived these recommendations, or however that went down. It's inappropriate that concern was raised and that officials decided it was bad advice, or however they argued those points. I would, to the Auditor General on this aspect of it, what evidence did you receive that gave you the impression that they did not take the advice of PC or the procurement and Public Service and Procurement Canada?
Mm-hmm. I might ask Mr. Hanush to add in on that, but if I can, Mr. Chair, I would just like to clarify the source of the document from the previous question that I had. We received that document directly from Mr. McDonald during our audit, and not from information from the other committee. So I felt it was important to make sure that my testimony was accurate. So I think here what we looked at was that we expected to see someone making the decision and why you would go a certain direction or not, and the decision to use a non-competitive contract is an important one that should be well documented. And while there were officials at CBSA that told us there were other vendors who could potentially do this work, it was still sourced to GC Strategies. But that documentation is very, very thin. So I'm going to see if Mr. Hanush wants to add anything to it. It really was that this went forward because the contract
was there any evidence to suggest that those vendors were the same vendors that dismissed it?
Mr. I will let if you could, you're at your time, but I will allow for a brief answer, please, from Mr. Hanush.
He had nothing further to answer.
Oh, I thought there was one other person.
No, he had nothing further to answer.
Me.
So we made the statement because the contract was awarded to GC Strategy. So
well, I misunderstood. But Mr. Dizzy, your time was out anyway. I was going to allow a response. And
thank you, Chair.
Appreciate that. Mr. Brock, you now have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Well, since the teddy bear is going to ask his questions now, I just want to acknowledge Goko Donnie's $5 super chat. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. And if you have no plans to do anything nice for your significant other, I just have one message for you.
You will be destroyed!
So
Cypher,
take it or leave it.
What are you doing for me?
I don't know yet.
Chair, back to you again, Ms. O'Gorman. You are aware that the agency is under investigation by the Information Commissioner currently? Is that a yes?
I don't know what you're referring to.
You would have received notification from the Information Commissioner that your agency is under investigation because of delayed requests in terms of complying with ATIP requests from Mr. McDonald. You acknowledge that now?
I didn't know that it related. I wasn't aware of that, no.
Yes. That your agency is delaying the release and has delayed the release for several months without proper explanation, and that's why the Information Commissioner is investigating you.
Okay, why is that important? What's he talking about? So whenever you submit an ATIP request, the corresponding agency that ATIP goes to, they have 60 days to provide you that information. And you must, as an agency, you must release it within 60 days. So they, if they don't, then they can get in a lot of trouble, and that's what Brock is talking about here. So, like the president would know, or she should know. Mind you, CBSA is big enough that it probably has like their own department that handles this stuff, but she doesn't know anything.
Now, going back to another issue, pursuant to an order paper question brought in the House by a colleague of mine, that between March of 2020 and September 2022, 8 executives at the Public Health Agency of Canada who worked on the ArriveCan app were bonused $340,000.
You can't speak
while
to that.
taxpayers.
Correction.
That's not really a point.
Look at Brock's face.
Again. You could swear it was the same screenshot. Actually, this time Janice isn't in the background.
Yeah, Janice is out in the hall laughing his ass off at what's about to happen, I'm guessing. So in defense of O'Gorman, we're not really in defense of O'Gorman, in defense of protocol, he's talking about bonuses that we're giving to Health Canada. O'Gorman's not going to be able to respond to any of this. She's a head of CBSA, unless he's going to bring this back to people at CBSA. But she can't speak to that. He knows darn well this is just to get that out in the public as well. Before we get back, Multi J Cat with a $7 super chat. I love Northern Perspective and watch every show. You two are very intelligent and know your stuff. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much for that. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, is this a point of order?
Well, point of order, because the proper name of the app is ArriveCan.
It's not a point of order.
Sure,
nice try.
No. Let's.
You're Brock. Nice try.
Gosh, she's so annoying. Seriously, you can't just point of order things you don't like.
Well,
that's not what a point of order is.
No.
I guess it is if you're a liberal, but
point of order, the liberals are a bunch of crooks. Oh wait.
Look, folks, let's stay on track. It is my intention to get through another round. We'll go over a few minutes. But I'd like to stay on track to give members another full round. Mr. Brock, you have the floor. You have 4 minutes left, please.
8 executives at Public Health Agency received commissions of $340,000 with this app that has cost taxpayers in excess of $60 million. Your agency did not release any details to that order paper question as to how much bonuses were paid out to your executives. Do you have an answer as to why you didn't respond, or which executives at the CBSA were bonused?
I was hoping you would come around to relevance, and he completely did. Well done, Mr. Brock. My faith in you is maintained. Stanley Gar with a $20 super chat. If CBSA doesn't have receipts to prove their expenses, they need to repay the funding. What is the incentive to be competent? That's a great question.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Right? That's a really good question. They should have to cut their budget by the same amount and essentially repay that money back. It's our money, and they're using it like it's their own personal slush fund. So, Gorman, Mr. Brock looks unimpressed. Try and impress him.
So the information in terms of bonuses and performance pay are posted on the website, and I will not give specific individuals' remuneration information.
Why?
It's covered by the Privacy Act. That's their personal information.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Nader.
As the grand inquest of the nation, this committee is entitled to information to call for papers and documents, and Ms. O'Gorman is incumbent upon the penalty of contempt of Parliament to respond to the questions of this committee.
That actually is a valid point of order. So, yes, Ms. O'Gorman, I will just remind you that, in fact, the Parliament supersedes its request any privacy laws that you might feel you're subject to. If papers are asked or if information is requested, you should be aware of Parliament's right to ask for, request, and receive such documents.
As the president of an agency, you should already be aware.
Oh, I'm sure she knows full well. She just doesn't want to provide them.
Or she's been directed not to.
That's possible as well.
Like, this is just, it's not looking good. It's not looking good
Not
for
at all.
Ms. O'Gorman at all.
I'll turn things. You got 3 minutes. Three minutes left.
So, Ms. O'Gorman, your agency, which is at the center of this scandal, which in my opinion has brought the entire public service under disrepute, how many executives and how much money were bonused during the rollout of this particular app?
I don't have that information with me.
But you'll provide that to us?
I take note of the request.
And the answer is probably yes, that some executives were bonused, received commission for their work?
So the number of people that received bonuses at CBSA during the pandemic is on that information.
So the answer is yes.
Online.
Executives receive bonuses, and you'll tell us exactly who and by how much.
I take note of the question.
Okay, thank you.
So, Gokodani with a $2 super chat. Brock's face, my shoes are smarter than you.
That's exactly how he looked.
That's a great one. Thank you for that. You need a laugh at midnight. $10 super chat from D. Northern Perspective, Cypher and Fox. Great work on your explanation of what is on contracts and invoices. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Now, to Mr. Hanoush and Ms. Dupre, I understand that you interviewed Cameron McDonald as well as Antonio Utano, and they furnished you with the details regarding that ATIP. And to answer the question of Ms. Hogan as to who that person was who made that request, you knew, as supplied by Mr. Utano and Mr. McDonald, that that person was Mindone. Did you share the details of the identity of that person to Ms. Hogan?
So yes, we did meet with Mr. McDonald, and we did take in consideration the materials that were provided to us as part of that conversation. And subsequently, as Ms. Hogan has indicated, we did discuss that specific document that you referenced earlier in the meeting.
Right. Did you specifically inform Ms. Hogan that the person who was identified as I take responsibility or my office was Mindone? Yes or no, sir?
So Sammy and I talked about this, and we wondered whether it was Ms. Belanger or whether it was Mr. Dewan, and it was unclear.
Did you seek clarification from the CBSA?
I'll have to ask Sammy if he sought clarity. I don't.
We did not, no.
Thank you. Cede to Mr. McCauley.
You got 50 seconds.
Just very quickly, I want to read a line from the Information Commissioner regarding the ATIP. It says, CBSA improperly responded that it did not have records responsive to the above noted access request. Now, you're aware of the concerns expressed that Mr. Dewan has deleted emails. I'm just curious, how does your department respond with all this going on, deleted emails and investigation, and your department improperly responded that it did not have records responsive to an ATIP, specifically on ArriveCan?
So I'm not aware of who makes the ATIP requests. So if I look confused, it's
but your
because
department improperly...
Mr. McCauley, you have the floor, please.
So I will look into that investigation. I don't have any information on it now. We take our ATIP responsibilities extremely seriously. We have a very high volume. I will look into that.
I'm sure you will.
Into those concerns.
Thank you very much. Ms. Yip, you now have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
See, at least the Conservative chairs are fair. They hold their own guys to account. They hold the Liberals to account. Unlike the Liberal chairs. But actually, we may do a video tomorrow because we actually saw something today that was very surprising. On one of our previous favorite committees, PROC, whom some of you may know, Michael Cooper is a permanent resident on there, and the chair is MP Chagger. And she can be, well, let's just say, a piece of work sometimes.
She's worse than Khalid.
Yeah, but it seems like we're seeing a shift in some of the Liberal attitudes recently. And that was a surprising one. She actually shut down Mark Gerritsen. Mark Gerritsen was coming after Michael Cooper for some silly thing, as they usually do, and Chagger shut him down. So that was really interesting because she previously didn't do that. And you got to wonder if some of the Liberals are they're getting fed up with where Captain Trudeau is actually steering their ship, and they see the iceberg coming, and they're starting to wonder if they need to jump off the Titanic.
Well, my guess is that Chagger's seat is likely to turn blue, so maybe she just doesn't care anymore.
Maybe, because what's the polling shows? She's 6 points behind. Well,
yeah.
Unfortunate for her. And before we go anywhere, we have a super chat from Hammy Hamster for $20. Thank you very much. Happy Valentine's Day all. My wife Sue is sitting here listening with me for the first time. Please give her a shout out, Sue Hamster. Next, she'll want to become a member too. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Sue. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Hope you're being entertained, but most of all, we hope you're becoming informed and learning about how this corrupt government works. That's the objective that we have, and we try to make it entertaining if we can. But sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But in all cases, we do our best. So thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much, Sue Hamster. We hope you have a lovely Valentine's Day.
Like many of my colleagues here on this committee, I'm surprised and disappointed at the lack of accountability and missing information. But I would like to clarify that no one here is minimizing anything contained in this report. So I'd like to ask you, why was the CBSA own procurement directorate not involved in the contracting process?
So there seemed to be an ability of the individuals in certain, maybe all, in certain areas of the IT group to deal directly with PSPC on contracts. So that's not a best practice. So I have established and elevated the role of the procurement directorate to play its proper function in accordance with policy, which is to receive requirements from the various business owners across the department, develop procurement plans to the extent that procurement can take place within CBSA's authority to take the lead on that, or to interface with PSPC. So that wasn't happening. That is now the requirement, and we have a bolstered and more senior level responsible for procurement in the department.
Why did CBSA continue to award contracts after PSPC and CBSA officials provided alternative options?
Well, as I've indicated, under my leadership, we will work with PSPC. We will not discount their feedback. We will take their concerns extremely seriously, and we will work collaboratively with them.
Just throwaway
isn't
questions.
there always a process or a requirement for people to disclose relationships with contractors?
It's absolutely part of our code of conduct, and the fact that in response to the audit and the procurement ombuds report, we are putting in place a requirement that that be disclosed, suggests that people right now don't understand their obligations. So I would like to think that everybody understood the code and carried out the requirements of the code. I see this as looks like it's not the case, and so we are going a step further and requiring people to make those disclosures so there's no ambiguity when questions arise.
What are the consequences for those who don't disclose these relationships?
Well, so it's a new process, but it's inconsistent with the code, and we have the ability to issue discipline if we understand what the underlying issue is. So founded issues might be somebody needs training, or it might be that somebody understood their obligations and disregarded them, and in which case discipline is available to us.
Can you tell us about the new assurance reviews that CBSA will begin conducting annually?
Yeah, all this is
Well, it speaks to the absence of controls.
Pat
And
the
so
CBSA
as the
on the
deputy
back.
head, I'm not going to look at every document that comes through, but I need an ability to have some assurance that the files are complete and that people are following their roles and responsibilities. So this is a fairly standard process in the public service. There's policies and guidance related to that, and I'm making sure that our assurance function meets all of those obligations and more, and provides regular updates on the extent to which some of the gaps that existed have been closed.
Okay. Who is going to make up the new contract review board?
So that's chaired by my executive vice president, and is comprised of our executive team as well as members of the procurement team. So it's quite a large body, and it meets on a regular basis in order to keep the business running, but make sure that the challenge function takes place across the board.
Well, I see a lot of you are having fun with Jeannie Yip. 420 hit her with a $2 super chat. If the libs want answers, they said pass to Brock. And this is the problem, right? They don't want answers at all as it relates to this stuff. All this is to pat the CBSA on the back and say, see, the CBSA has this well in hand. There's nothing to do here. Yeah, there were some issues, but, you know, they're taking all the recommendations and they're moving ahead. What more do you want them to do? That's what the Liberals are trying to do here, and kind of ride off of it. None of the opposition parties are having it, and that's very dangerous in a minority government.
How long will the members serve on the board?
As long as they're in their positions.
And what tools will they have if there's wrongdoing or that happens?
So if there's wrongdoing, there's actually quite a well-established mechanism within CBSA for addressing misconduct, and it's similar to that of other large organizations. So I'm not concerned that the committee and that the chair won't be able to address wrongdoing, but it was more the challenge function and the broader accountability for procurement that was missing in the agency.
Thank you very much. Now this will be our last full round. Ms. Kuzi, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to our witnesses for being here today. I'm first going to go back to the report to section 1.41. Auditor General, in this section it says, we've reviewed available records and could not determine which agency official made the final decision to select GC strategies. However, as my colleagues indicated here today, there is documentation that was provided that showed that the previous CBSA head, in coordination with the CIO, did come to this decision. I'm wondering why you did not come to this decision, given this piece of documentation, and why you think this is, if you believe that this piece of documentation was not provided for you, if you were not able to discern who came to this final decision based upon this piece of documentation. Why were you not able to determine who made the final decision to select GC strategies, given this documentation my team has presented here today?
So the source of the documentation is one of our concerns. It wasn't maintained in official corporate records, and I would expect that it would be there. It is very unclear who the individual is speaking to, and I've heard no testimony. It appears to be a briefing note for a committee appearance, and I've heard no testimony around it. It remains that the decision on who decided to award a certain contract needs to be properly documented. And what we do have on file is that a contract requisition was signed by the executive director, and exercising delegated authority in the public service comes with responsibility and accountability.
So that's very interesting. So Kuzi's question was referring to the ATIP requests that they're talking about. And in which it is being described that John Osowski and Mindone had agreed upon, the decision on ArriveCan and GC Strategies to be the vendor. But Karen Hogan is saying, well, we don't trust the source of that. So that's very interesting. So in reviewing where the document came from, she's saying it didn't come from an official government source, and as such, it's not reliable. That's basically what she's saying. And it's possible if this was produced somehow by way of Cameron MacDonald, or manufactured by way of Cameron MacDonald, that would make sense. So interesting to see where this line of questioning goes for Stephanie Kuzi now.
Who?
What?
Ms. O'Gorman, we've also discussed today about the missing documentation of Mr. Mindone. Now, the Auditor General, in her testimony yesterday, said that she can't determine. It could have either been deleted or destroyed. Again, for this committee and for Canadians, can you please verify the information that you have relative to this documentation of the former CIO specifically, please?
So we have received allegations that emails were deleted. Those allegations were provided to our Director of Security, and there is an investigation into those allegations.
Stop. You'd know by now. Stop. You would absolutely know by now. That is very easy to check. That would take her department about a day. Give me a break.
Thank you to Daniel with a 279 super chat. Says Jan ZZZZ rip or yip. Sorry. Rip yip, whatever. Oh, by the way, happy Valentine's Day.
Well, hopefully you won't have to hear Miss Yeep again. But give me a break. Oh, well, he's investigating. He'd know by now, and you would know by now. And look at the look on her face. She absolutely knows.
And you can't provide anything further at this time other than these allegations?
That they're being investigated.
They're being investigated. And who are they being investigated by, please?
By members of our security team under the direction of Monsieur.
Brock's telling her something.
Okay, and will you be receiving any update on these investigations prior to the final release of the report?
I don't know. If there's material information that I should be made aware of, I'm confident that they will provide it to me as they have in other investigations.
And when is this report expected to be finished?
Well, as I said, if there is information, I'm confident they'll give it to me. I don't know when, and I don't know if there will be information before the final report. It's underway. I don't always receive information before a final report. Sometimes I do.
You'd think this would be important enough.
Cyber's getting frustrated.
Well, there's allegations of deleted information 4 years from the previous CIO in an investigation where there's criminal conduct going on. You'd think it would be important to get this information ASAP. And this is what she has to do. She has to look to her left, to her CIO, and say, dude, Go and find out if Buddy deleted his emails. And then what he would do is he would call up his email guy and say, hey, do we have Mindone's emails? And he would, and that guy would say, sure, boss, 1 second. And he would come back in about less than 15 minutes and say, yes or no. It's that quick. So don't even start. Mercedes with a $5 super chat, late to the stream. Thanks for everything. Erin O'Gorman is obfuscating on purpose. Yep, well, she's working for Mr. Trudeau, right? And trying to soften all of this for the Liberal government as much as she can. Diagonalling me with a $2 super chat. Make being
hanged for treason great again.
Oh,
you know, I don't even want that. I just want our money back. I just want our money back.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, having these guys rot in prison would be an amazing bonus, but taxpayers want their money back. And what else we want is we want to make sure that this never happens again.
Goko Donnie with a $2 super chat. Cat fight. Stephanie's got my bank. Yeah, I agree with that one.
Not and always sometimes the case. Apparently you don't. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Ms. O'Gorman, again, this committee, this parliament right now, Canadians are absolutely seized with this ArriveCan app, the Arrive Scam app, because we have a minimum of $60 million, which has been spent, but as a result of incomplete documentation, it could be more than 60 million. 18% of invoices submitted by contractors which did not have supporting documentation, $12.2 million, which could be unrelated to ArriveCan, as uncovered by the Auditor General, who is here today. You yourself, in this meeting alone, were unaware of contempt of the information officer. You were unaware of bonuses awarded to 2 employees who have now been suspended, the most grave action in the public service. You didn't inform the AG of the RCMP investigation. You didn't inform Government Operations Committee in November of 2022 of the RCMP investigation of GC strategies. CBSA has 14,000 employees. Do you believe that you still have their confidence today, before us here today?
Once again, Chair, I'm not sure why the need to impugn my integrity. I will correct.
Do you think they have your confidence?
I'm going to correct something that was said.
I'm asking you. Do you think that they have you have the confidence of them here today,
Mr. Chair? May I correct one of the statements?
Your time is almost up.
Do you believe you still have the confidence of the minister and of this government? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor, Ms. O'Gorman.
So it's false to say that I didn't inform the Government Operations Committee of the RCMP investigation. When I appeared, nothing had been referred to the RCMP.
Ms. Kuzi.
That's not correct. I appeared on November 14th, and the referral to the RCMP was formally done in January, was informally done in December and late November. I wasn't aware that we hadn't referred anything to the RCMP when I appeared, so that's not correct to say that. And I know the committee had tried to hold me in contempt for that. It's incorrect that I did not give the committee relevant information. Nothing had been referred to anybody at that point.
Thank you very much. Turning now to Ms. Khalid, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And while because I have expressed my own disappointment in what has happened with this app, I think it's improper for members to put words in my mouth to say that I am negating or somehow.
They don't need to, Khalid, because you're doing it all on your own, and it's not just you. Look to your left. Let's play the game. Remember this game? And you probably heard this either on TV or in some sort of urban legend, where they're on the first day in university or college, and the professor is standing in front of them and say, "Hey, liberals, look to your left, look to your right." In a year, those people won't be there anymore. And neither will you, Khalid.
belittling the situation all in all. I'm asking reasonable questions and looking for reasonable solutions going forward. I'm sorry if I haven't feigned outrage as some of my colleagues have. I do respect the witnesses that are.
Wow.
Barnaby, you like this girl?
Yeah, Barnaby. Like, it.
We love Barnaby. That's why we pick on him.
I don't know. I don't know if I love Barnaby after this. Like, this lady, jeez. Holy moly, man. Like, feign outrage. And the Liberals think that they have an idea of what Canadians are thinking. Give me a break.
That are present with us today, and I'm hopeful that we can continue to work together to find those solutions to rebuild that trust and to ensure that we find out, get to the bottom of what happened here and where do we go going forward. Now, to the Auditor General, Ms. Hogan, as you were going through the report, through the audit process, did you find that all departments were cooperative with you? Did they give you all the information that you were looking for? Were they open and forthcoming?
Yes, we received all the information we requested. At times it was rather voluminous, and the turnaround time was very quick.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And it is disappointing that there was lack of documentation for you to review to come to a better conclusion. And we recognize that. And as Ms. O'Gorman has said, these are issues that I am sure that the CBSA will take seriously in rectifying going forward. Now, Ms. O'Gorman, there have been questions back and forth to you about discrepancies in your testimony at a different committee at OGO. Can you please clarify why there is that discrepancy, or if there is one?
I have testified truthfully with the information that I have every time I've appeared at committee. So it's unclear to me why there are questions with regard to my truthfulness or any discrepancies. So I'm happy to address them. They're being referred to in general ways, and it's very hard to address them without precision.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I would hate for you to be pushed off of a glass cliff. We always look for strong leadership in these types of positions, and I hope that you are able to take that leadership and rectify these challenges. Now, there were some questions that were raised with respect to executive bonuses. So to the Auditor General, you did speak about the executive bonuses, and obviously Canadians are rightly concerned about how our taxpayer dollars are used, and I would guess that they would not agree with providing executive bonuses to anyone who's been found guilty of wrongdoing. Now, if the investigation does uncover wrongdoing on any part of the executives of the CBSA, my apologies, it's to Ms. O'Gorman, is there a process that you would reclaim those bonuses, or how would you fix that situation?
Exactly as you said, there is a process. If information comes to light that would call into question the bonus or the assessment, frankly, the assessment of the individual, which itself would be tied to their remuneration, there is a clear policy by the Treasury Board to be able to claw that back.
Well, here's the question. Why haven't you done that with McDonald and Newtown then? You thought their conduct was serious enough to refer it to their assistant deputy ministers that resulted in them being suspended without pay. So have you gone to get their money? That's one of the next questions I'd be asking.
Thank you, Ravi Sadie's with a $5 super chat. It says, your feigned outrage? Oh no, my outrage is quite real, I'm afraid. I think all Canadians' outrage at this whole boondoggle is just we're all livid. We're all absolutely livid. We cannot believe that our hard-earned money is being treated in this manner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I'll use the remainder of my time, Chair, if I may, to ask the clerk with respect to when the officials that were cancelled at short notice today, when they will be re-invited back to this committee so that we can ask our questions of them as well.
That has not been determined yet, Ms. Khalid. You still have 50 seconds.
Well, when will that be determined, Chair?
I'm going to see what their availability.
And I'm hopeful that that we will discuss that with the other members of the committee before we decide when to invite them.
You're hopeful? I've noted.
Wow.
Wow.
That was saucy.
Yes, it absolutely was. That was great. Well done, Williamson. I'm sorry, I'm probably not pronouncing your name the way you envision it. With a $13.99 super chat, that's your third on a live stream. Thank you very, very much for that. Very appreciated at 12:39 Eastern Time on a Tuesday evening and Wednesday morning.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Encore une fois, Madame Secrétaire, vous avez la parole pour 2 minutes 30 secondes.
2 minutes.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Compared to other countries that have a similar application in France with a population that is double that of Canada, they paid $9 million to create this type of app. In Germany, $29 million for 40 million people here in Canada, of course, if we compare that. Since you've been CEO of the organization between July 22, when you were in position, and March 2023, where the overview by the OAG was done, $12 million have been expended. That's more than the total cost of a similar application for a population of 70,000 million. What do you think of those costs? Why were you not able to internalize that and save money to the taxpayer?
Looking to what our allies are doing and trying to take from them any innovations, but I don't think comparing the population is necessarily accurate in terms of I'm not aware of what their requirements are versus the requirements that we had. So
c'était les mêmes, c'était les preuves vaccinales, c'était l'entrée-sortie, puis la...
Well, checking for vaccination certificates, entry and exit from the country. How many people are using potentially use the application? So,
yeah, Barnaby, go after this girl instead. Just saying, she's smarter, and she's not a liberal. There's two pros that you can check off there. Crash 78 with a $5 super chat. Transphobia, a ominous and lingering fear of transparency. Good one. Diane Sylvain with a $5 super chat. I am tempted to call Khalid's office tomorrow to share my real outrage. I will not feign my outrage. I cannot stand liars. Amen to that. Will Kowalchuk with a $5 super chat. Cypher and Fox, happy Valentine's Day, and thank you for being the best power couple on the internet, and this is unbelievable. Also thank you to all in chat. I don't know if we're the best power couple on the internet, but thank you very much for that. We are always humbled by the comments. Thank you.
One has to see what the volume of that use is.
Comment on the details of their work versus ours. I will say that for the part of ArriveCan that we are currently using, the submission of the advanced declaration, going forward, that the budget for that, or the estimated cost, is approximately $3 million per year, and I can hand it over to my colleague to provide those details.
Yeah, like as President Gorman said, population isn't the biggest driver of the cost of developing an app. Unfortunately, CBC has a tremendous amount of technical debt, and the capability and cost to link a modern application to it is very expensive, and that was a primary driver for it. Additionally, because our provinces are so separate and each had its own vaccination certificates, that drove up the cost significantly as well.
So one of the terms that he touched on was technical debt in his justification as to why the cost of the app could have been so high. So
yeah, but to go from $800,000 is what they thought initially. $80,000 initially to what was it, 60 million? That's not technical debt. Come on.
Yeah, no, it's not. Especially again, you have the contractor fixing the frickin' process with the guys in there.
Well, and I think I cut you off. I think you were going to define technical debt for us.
Yeah, so technical debt is a term that these IT geeks use to describe very, very, very old systems. And so the issue is that when you don't replace or update these systems for a very long time, it ends up costing you more in the long run than it actually would have if you had updated or replaced them when the normal life cycle runs out, right? And that's why they call it technical debt, because the quote-unquote interest accrues with time. So maybe it would have only cost you $100,000 in year 5 when you would have normally changed out that technology or updated it or upgraded it or swapped it out, whatever you want to say. But because you're now in year 10, that's going to cost you $500,000 or $1 million, that sort of thing. So that's what he's talking about. Daniel with a $2.79 super chat to quote JT, garbage. That's right. And Robbie Sadie's with a $5 super chat, BS, technical debt. You can have a very large IT department. You have a very large IT department with a lot more depth than is needed for this. Yeah, they have a huge IT department. And it just means, like, if you have that much technical debt, you haven't been managing it very well.
Et voilà. Merci beaucoup. Suivant, Mr. Desjardins, you have minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do want to, again, return to the report. The reason I think all of us are here. On page 7, Exhibit 1.2, the Canadian Border Service Agency continued to rely heavily on external resources to develop ArriveCan from April 2020 to March 2023. It cites, of course, the information related to both external and internal costs as it relates to this project in particular. It notes, at least in my reflection of this information, a very serious lack of internal capacity, IT capacity, that has put CBSA in a position where they must accept a contract. This is not new in the federal public service. We've witnessed these kinds of cuts, in my perspective, since the 90s. We've seen consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments cut down the public service. We see austerity, and when we have austerity to the public service, it's my firm belief that we are now vulnerable to these kinds of very real challenges present to a government. And I know it's not something that we can fix just like this with this report. It's a much deeper issue. I believe that the rot is very, very deep, that this level of reliance and dependency on external contractors has put the government in direct risk, not just in CBSA. I fear that this could exist in any instance of outsourcing across the government. My concern is, how do we properly address it with the resources, of course, that we have, and how do we ensure that issues like outsourcing are dealt with seriously, that the extreme deficit, operating deficit of the government is actually taken into account. I think this is a core part to this discussion that, absent of the RCMP investigation that I'm in support of, we need to focus on in this work. We need to focus on the fact that this dependency has left a critical vulnerability to the government, and it's been exploited both in the Phoenix pay system of the former government, and now we have another example of private entities taking direct and very purposeful intervention with the public service in order to award themselves contracts. That is what it looks like to me. GC Strategies was emailing CBSA officials, telling them what to put into a contract, and then telling them that they were going to get it. All they had to do was rubber stamp it. That is simply unacceptable, and I've heard today that's unacceptable for everyone here. So now I want to get to a deeper issue.
Very quick question.
To the Auditor General, how is it that we can find a path out of this direct reliance that you say is an over-reliance on outsourcing? And in your mind, is it a perceived risk to a future instance like this?
I think I would point to a few of the reports that we've issued on aging IT infrastructure, and I think it's taken the public service decades to get where it is, and that there needs to be a path to get forward, as you say. I think some of it is about ensuring that contracts related to IT have a clause and have requirements where there is transfer of knowledge and expertise or skill set, at least, to the public service. We need to upskill the public service in order to be able to rely less on external expertise going forward.
Okay. So he raised some good points, Mr. Blake here. And, as he said, this isn't just technical debt. This is capacity, this is skill set, and this is just a blatant mismanagement of money. And Ravi says with a $5 super chat. Actually, sorry, before that, Jax with a $7 super chat. I am a super chat noob, LOL. P.S. Jax is fine, no problem.
Thank you, Jax.
And Ravi says with a $5 super chat, don't generally like the perspective of the NDP, but this guy seems to actually be asking good questions. Well, there is a reason for that, and here's the reason.
Yeah, he's got to ask good questions if he doesn't want the CPC to grab his seat.
He has the Conservatives literally on his ass. So it's a tight race there, and he needs to be actually displaying that he's a competent individual if he wants to maintain the confidence of his constituents. So that would be a reason. And Jax with a $2.79 super chat. Thank you, Cypher and Fox, for your work. My first live. Oh, that's awesome. Well, I hope it was a entertaining and informative live stream for you.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nader, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Nader.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for joining us here today. Ms. O'Gorman, as of today, February 13th, 2024, do you have trust in those to whom you have delegated authorities in your agency?
I'm in a trust but verify frame of mind. So I have, since I arrived, been putting in place some of that which was missing. And in fact, there were many excellent audit recommendations, not from the Auditor General, internally, that had not been implemented. 53 of those have been implemented. So there's catching up to do. I'm putting the pieces in place. I'm responding very specifically to the recommendations of the Auditor General and the procurement ombuds, and I suspect my own internal audit, will come with more recommendations. So we're not there yet. We've put some things in place, some belt and suspenders in certain cases that I hope one day will no longer be needed.
The lack of a clear yes is troubling. When did you receive the preliminary report from the Auditor General?
The preliminary report. I received the principal draft on August 3rd. And then I received the second DM draft in December.
Between December and now, has there been any disciplinary measures within your department related to the draft you've seen from the Auditor General?
And I'll just complete, and I also received a draft on the 18th. And your question is, have I undertaken any
disciplinary measures within your department or within your agency since you've seen the draft reports of the Auditor General's report?
No.
None, okay. Has any additional information been provided to the RCMP from your agency, from CBSA, since you've seen the draft reports from the Auditor General?
So I am not interfacing with the RCMP, and the people that are not reporting to me about their interface with the RCMP. If the RCMP wants information, and they may well have sought it, that is not being reported to me.
Have you met with the RCMP?
No.
Earlier this week, we received a letter from you dated February 7th, 2024. Are you aware of this letter? It's signed by you, referring to Deloitte being in the penalty box.
Signed by me?
Yes, you sent us a letter to this committee, signed by you.
Just 1 second, Mr. Nader, yes.
Yeah, is this a letter that's been provided to the committee?
Yes.
To the Public Accounts Committee?
Yes.
Yes, apparently has.
It's dated February 7th. We received it yesterday from our clerk. Are you aware of this letter in which you state the CBSA is unable to validate testimony provided to the Standing Committee on Government Operations that Deloitte was in the penalty box in the spring of 2020?
So let me translate. The Liberals didn't do their homework again.
Surprise, surprise.
And now they're saying, oh, we didn't receive this. Oh, yeah, you did.
Well, did that gentleman not just state that it came from the clerk?
Yes.
Which means that committee handed it out to all of them.
Correct.
They're not going to hand it out just to the Conservatives or just to the Liberals. Everybody's going to get a copy.
And then the Liberals are trying to insinuate, oh, well, it was from Ogo. And
Maybe
not this
they're
committee.
maybe they're worried that the Conservatives were pulling another Larry Brock and Ogo.
Probably. And they should be. Will Kowalczyk with a $2 super chat. Libs, you got a lot of explaining to do. LOL. Yes, you certainly do.
You're not aware of this letter?
Yeah, so we are unable to validate that. And
So
I think the person who is alleged to have said it, my predecessor, also addressed that at committee.
So you stand by that you're unable to validate that Deloitte was in, quote, the penalty box?
I've seen no evidence
of
that statement.
Okay,
And I wasn't
you've seen no evidence because obviously emails are non-existent, documents are non-existent. But can you tell me with certainty that among senior executives at CBSA there wasn't an unwritten spoken word that Deloitte was in the penalty box?
So since I have been in this position, absolutely not. And I have seen no evidence that it existed before. And I would point to the testimony of the person alleged to have said it.
Whose emails are also deleted. Moving on, 1.74 of this document from the Auditor General expresses grave security concerns that the cybersecurity assessments were undertaken by people without a reliability security status. Can you confirm to me today that all contractors and subcontractors have the requisite security clearance across CBSA?
So, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to address the reference to whose emails were also deleted. So I don't...
Oh, you should stop her there. That's not the question. It's not the question. You don't get to decide what questions you answer.
I don't know that that's the case, and I don't know what that's in reference to. So I just don't want to let that hang out there. If there's more precision, but I'm not aware of more emails having been deleted. In terms of ArriveCan, the names that were on task authorizations for people who did work had the requisite security clearance. 4 names were found that were not on task authorizations where security clearance could not be confirmed.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I want to, again, my question was, can you confirm today that across the agency there are no contractors or subcontractors that are operating without the requisite security clearance? Can you confirm that?
So the information that I have is that they do have the requisite security clearance. So if there's something in particular that you're referring to?
I'm referring to across the agency. There is a appalling lack of documentation across your agency.
Thank you, Mr. Nader. That is your time. The question was answered. And turning now to Ms. Shanahan, you have the last 5 minutes, please.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to go back.
Okay. Do we need to listen to Big Bird here?
Yeah, we haven't seen this yet, so can you guys please let us know if we have to suffer through this, if there's anything
and we'll
worthy?
spare everybody the ear sandpaper here. In the meantime, Revis Hayes with a $5 super chat. IT audits and security audits done by people who have bias toward the result of the audits? No. Shocked face. Yeah. It's ridiculous. This is why you always have a independent third-party auditor coming in and do that. So yeah.
You're getting a bunch of no's, and everyone may as well go to bed.
No Big Bird, no Big Bird. I only see one do it, but
Someone says spare us.
Skipper, okay. I don't mind doing that. So anyway, well, there it is.
Thoughts.
There it is. This was more lively than I thought it would be, to be honest, because I was wondering what other questions they would get to. I think O'Gorman just continues to flounder at committee, and she's like, I'm confused. Well, if you're confused, here's the problem. If there's a possibility she's actually being truthful, then she should be very worried because she looks terrible. The problem is there's some very sketchy things that are being said here, and it's a problem. But the main takeaway that I have here is the NDP, the Bloc, and the Conservatives right now they're all on the same team, and that's good news for Canadians. Regardless of what you think about the NDP, they are sitting up, standing up straight, and paying attention as it relates to ArriveCan.
Well, the fact that they're not siding with the Liberals on this is huge. Because, again, I think this is what's going to bring down the government. I think it's going to bring down the government soon. Like, I anticipate that we're going to get a non-confidence vote. Well, I know that the budget vote is in April, but I anticipate that we might get a non-confidence vote even sooner than that.
Yeah. Now, as it relates to the next committee meeting, so the next committee meeting is actually tomorrow on ArriveCan. They're questioning Karen Hogan again with Aaron, basically her whole team that was here today. Fox, do you want to just do a poll
Sure.
and whether or not we do a live stream tomorrow or not? Because I also don't want to waste anybody's time, because this is going to be the third meeting in a row, or in reference to the report. Now, they may get into some new things. It's possible. So the poll is going to be, whether you want us to do a live stream tomorrow.
Live stream or video?
Yeah, or just if you want Fox and I to review committee and then put out a normal episode. So give us your thoughts on that. We will abide by the decision of the chat. So please.
I may poison the poll, but tomorrow's Valentine's Day, so I don't know if many of the audience members are going to be, preoccupied. We'll just say that. So
anyway, let us know.
Yeah, we're content to do whatever, but just I know some people may have plans.
Yeah, that's a good point. So anyway, other than that, we don't have anything else scheduled as it relates to ArriveCan this week, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to pop up. Ogo, as you saw in our short that we dropped, and if you haven't seen our shirt, go watch it. Kelly McCauley standing up and saying they're going to summon everybody to committee. So I imagine that the clerk is working overtime on that in lining up these witnesses. So we will see what happens. But it'll be an interesting week. That's for darn sure. And time's ticking on Jagmeet, and he's been out front being more vocal about ArriveCan and this sort of stuff. And at the same time he's doing that, he's talking a bit more bluster about the pharmacare stuff, and that they're not going to accept anything less than a single-payer healthcare system, anything less than a universal healthcare system. And that is contrary to what the political pundits are saying on these shows, where they're saying, we're going to end up with something, and it'll be covered like 5 drugs and stuff like that. Well, not according to Jagmeet. So we'll see. Ravu says with a $5 super chat, nothing like a romantic night reviewing government corruption.
Honestly, we don't usually celebrate Valentine's Day. I just find it too commercial. I'm kind of anti-commercialism, not necessarily anti-capitalism, but just anti-commercialism. Like, everybody has too much stuff, and we're always paying money for more stuff that we don't need. You know what I mean? So we usually just cook a nice dinner and chill out.
Yeah, Goko Donnie with a $2 super chat. This is Canada's date night. We're good either way. Sean with a $7 super chat. Let's give Cypher and Fox the night off to enjoy Valentine's Day. Let's give Cypher... Oh, so you pasted it twice. Okay. Thank you, Sean. Daniel with a $7 super chat. I'm tired, but thank you both for making this entertaining. Have a good night. Yeah, we're tired too. So maybe what we'll do is I see the
poll is pretty close. It's almost 50-50.
I think what
we'll probably make a game time decision and then let you guys know tomorrow morning.
Yeah, maybe what we'll do is we'll take a peek. We'll take a peek at the video tomorrow, and because it would be a long one too, folks. That's 2 hours and 45 minutes. Dang. That's a long one. That would probably be a 4 to 5 hour live stream.
So should I just make the executive decision and say?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do a video. Thank you for answering the poll, but I think we'll just do the video and rush through the video.
Yeah.
Or not rush it through, but like we can fast forward on our own and do the editing and all that.
And we may even break it up into 2 episodes. That way, it's a little bit more consumable for you. So that's what we'll do. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful Valentine's evening, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us this whole time. We had about 2,100 people the whole way. Thank you very much. Get some sleep, get to bed, enjoy your significant other's company. If you don't have a significant other, enjoy anybody's company. And we'll see you in the comments tomorrow. Thank you so much for your support, and have a good night.
And did we get all the super chats here?
We got all of them.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me just make sure. I want to double check.
Yep. Mistakes happen when we get tired, so
yeah. So we got Diane Sylvains with a $2 super chat. What's coming up in committee? We got Gokodani, we got Sean, we got Daniel. We have a last minute one. Don't forget, it's Nookie night, folks. Hunsford with a $2 super chat.
Thank you, Hunsford.
There you go. And lots of likes on that one. All right.
Enjoy your evening, everybody. Thank you.
Take care.